Good morning, everyone. We are not now starting the conference. People will arrive a little by little, I believe. We are extremely pleased to have you all here for this Green Digital Together conference, the final conference of the project SocialTech4EU. We are also extremely honored to have really high-level speakers to this event that will share insights and views about the future of Eurocluster, social economy, social enterprises, innovation for the twin transitions. I have also thought about a lot practical informations. So here you can scan the agenda with your cell phone if you wish. With the agenda in your pocket, you can easily connect to the Wi-Fi. It's this connection, EESC Core 2.4. You don't need password. It's extremely easy. If now you have the knowledge, you can also explain to the people who will arrive a little bit later. This is the core of social economy. It's also solidarity. And we want to give a great visibility to this event, so don't hesitate on all your communications to use these two hashtags, SocialTech4EU and Green Digital Together. That will help us to broaden the outreach of this conference. Thank you very much. To use the mic, we want this event to be extremely interactive. You just have to push the button, the big button, so it's quite easy. So it works. The only thing is it's important to not touch the button when speakers are speaking because it changes the configuration. And yes, so if you want to intervene, don't hesitate to express your interest by raising your hand. Voilà. Today we will have 2 coffee breaks and 1 lunch break. And we are a little bit, our apologies for starting with 20-minute delays, but I think we can now trigger the great part of our conference is the first welcoming speech from Giuseppe Guerini, member of the EESC, our host and president of SECOP Europa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome here in the House of Civil Society in Europe. I am very happy to host this event here. I'm so sorry because this morning on the eco section, one of the sections that we work here in the EESC, I need to present one opinion about social economy and taxation framework, a really important issue, and they asked me to present this morning at 9:30. So very brief to introduce where we are. I see we are on the House of of the Civil Society in Europe. This is an organization created by the Rome Treaty in the 1957. So it's a very long history. This is the first institution that involve civil society representative to create the to build the European project, and so we are one of the partner of the European institution, the Parliament, the Commission, the Council, and our work is to realize opinion in the most important part of the legislative process proposed by the Commission, by the Parliament, by the Council, and so we realize every year almost 18 opinion every year is approved in this House on whole legislative proposal coming from the Commission. But we are also some other proposal is promoted by the member to explore some idea. And if we talk about social economy, for example, or social enterprises, the role played by the EEC was very interesting, because on the 2010, one colleague proposed an opinion to restart a dialogue with the European institution about social enterprises. And this opinion say we need to have in Europe more different kind of enterprises. There is a biodiversity on the economical system, and we need to change, because at that time the European Union is really concentrated to implement the internal market, and so its competition rule is very important, and the main important enterprises that is recognized was the business as usual. No? And we are an idea to grow up using the big enterprises. This still remains one idea, but we realize that there is a very different kind of enterprises. And in 2011, we worked with the European Commission to promote the social business initiative, one exploratory opinion realized by our colleague Ariane Roder from Sweden during the presidency of the Sweden. She proposed to explore the possibility to have a recognition of a new form of enterprises, and the European Commission proposed social business initiative. From 2010 and 2024, here in the EEC, we realize more than 25 opinions related with social economy, social enterprises. And in the last year, we work also on the how new technology, how digitalization can be one tools to promote social economy enterprises. We realize one of the first opinion in the European institution about blockchain technology and social enterprises, social economy. So this is our work. And again, if you go on the side of the green transition, here in the committee we work a lot. We create a platform for circular economy, very huge and very participate from many people, and some other institutions put mind about the platform, digital platform, to involve people to participate in the process, to take decision. But when we talk about the twin transition, the most important idea proposed on the last mandate for the Commission and the Parliament, we say every time we are not in front of twin transition, not a double transition, but free transition, because we need to have a green transition to work about the climate change, to promote more sustainable environmental economy and development. We need to work on new technology to create better situation for European citizens and the European enterprises using the new technology, but we need also a third transition, in the social transition. The social transition is very well represented by social pillar. And I think that now, realizing, thanks to the European Commission, thanks to the DG Growth that is very engaged in this work, the action plan for social economy. And the action plan for social economy is tools to keep together a new industrial plan for European industrial strategy and a social pillar. Social economy action plan was the tool to keep together these two very important project and strategy for the transition. We are not trying to go inside a lot of work is realized by the European Commission on these two issues. We can talk about, for example, the strategy for disabled people, the strategy for mental health, the strategy for against the homeless situation in Europe, and to promote a lot of things and using new technology to have more participation for people. And so we need also as a social economy organization, we need to acquire skill and capacity to more competence using new technology and more awareness about green transition. And I think your project is very interesting and is very on the good way to achieve this kind of result. And I propose in the last few months, I participate in many occasions, and I suggest these acronyms and this factor to promote. The factors I call VDM. That means vision. We need to have vision, data and measurement. That means we need to have a vision where we can go, where we can realize to promote more inclusive society. We need to have data to take good decisions, because it's not enough to tell what we do. We are very good person. We are solidarity, social economy. Okay, that is good. It's storytelling, but it's not enough. We need also base our decision on data, and we need to use the data that we collect during our work every day. And third is measurement. We need to measure our result. It's good to tell, it's good to storytelling, but we need also to measure. And Mario Calderini is a very high-level professor on this issue, and so thank you very much to invite me. And sorry for my bad English, but I hope you will understand enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your really inspiring words. We know that you have to run to another meeting, so thanks again for being our host and for your availability. The next part of this introductive session is a presentation from our consortium coordinator, Deborah Greco, who will welcome you, but also give you introductive words on SocialTech4EU. So, you have the floor.
Thanks, Baptiste. Thanks all of you to be here today, and a special thanks to all the partners, and especially to the social enterprise and the startup to be here today with us. Is a final achievement today to be here and tell you about the project, about the phase, the problem, the issue, about also, and first of all, about the main goals we reach in these 2 long 2 years. Your presentation, it's work. I mean, I excited. I want to select language, but I don't. So SocialTech is the first project to be approved within the macro area of proximity and a social economy. It means we have a really high expectation on this project, and I think the Eurocluster and the Commission also. 2 years of project funded by the European Union, and in this case I want to say a special thanks to Romain and Karel to support us on this period. It's not always easy, but we are here today. And the project of this of SocialTech, it tries to improve the competitiveness, promote sustainability, and I think the major important achievement of this project is to increase the skill and the competence on the technology about the social enterprise. I mean, almost of you are social entrepreneurship. So do you mean what I'm saying? And it's really important to promote the technology, the digital and the green for the new business model. And so this is the major objective and the goal we try to reach on this period. A special thanks to the consortium. It's a huge consortium with a special people. So I want to say thank you, a warm thank you. And Companion, IDEA, Fondazione Aldatura de Voi, Silicon Vistal, ENSIE, and a special thank you to Torino Social Impact. We are here today because, Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini, together, Torino Social Impact, bring the activity and the coordination of this project. So just a short overview on the three main phases of the project. And during the day, during this long day, the partner explained us all the singular activity and singular achievement and goal. This is just a short overview and a framework. Just the framework inside we are talking. We launched 3 different schools along these 2 years. The first one is a training. We have selected 100 social enterprise and startup with a social impact. The second phase is a call on innovation. I mean, we select the 20 social enterprise come from the first call. And these are 20 social enterprise and social and startup with social impact, have the objective to and the aim to develop a feasibility study on the first idea that candidate presented. And the last call actually is ongoing right now in this month. During today we present some of them. Is the acceleration phase, acceleration call, is the last one, and is important because we try to launch on the market a new product, a new service. So the main goal of SocialTech, I think, is that we try to improve the local ecosystem, the European social ecosystem. It's not easy. We know we have different legislation, we have different market rules, we have different proposition and attitude. But I think with SocialTech, probably we start to design a new model to social enterprise in Europe. This is just an example of innovation. I go ahead, so we recuperate the time lost, but they are here today, so they can talk you about their idea and proposition. This is the ecosystem we mapped. One of our partner talk about this map about the we launched and promoted 2 different mapping, one on the social enterprise, another one on the providers. So we I think reach a huge number of different social enterprise and different provider could be used for their future project and to develop a new ecosystem. This is the map of the providers. We have, I think, different kind of provider, tech, digital, economic, social, and so. The map is, I don't know, I think is still open. Or, yes, is always open. So you can reach when you prepare. And I think it's finished. So I give you this one. So I warm thank you to be here, and thank you again for the support of this period.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for this insightful presentation. We are honored to beneficiate from a keynote speech from Anna Atanasopoulou, sorry, Head of Unit of the Proximity Social Economy Creative Industries Unit, the G2 unit from DJ Grow, with a pivotal influence for our ecosystem, social economy ecosystem. So we are eager to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everybody. And first of all, congratulations for mastering my last name. It was very good. I think that was the first challenge. And thank you for the introduction. Indeed, I represent here the Department of the European Commission working on industry, single market, entrepreneurship, and small and medium enterprises. Perhaps not the partner that you would expect to find in the room or a partner in Brussels. But let me assure you that we have been very actively working on social economy and social entrepreneurship since years now, not alone, but certainly with our colleagues from DG Employment. And you may see me now present in the room and introduced, but I'm not the only person representing the Commission today. There's two more colleagues on my right and my left. My colleague Karel van der Potten, who will be staying here for the entire day, and he can give you more details and explanations on what I will be briefly introducing. And also my colleague Margit Perko from DG Employment, who has been, we're partnering on our support on social economy, and she will also be explaining exactly what DG Employment is doing in this area. So I think with this, after this long introduction, let me just say how pleased we are, the three of us, to be here today. Why? Because this project, which is coming to an end with some very concrete results, as we saw, is the first project that we fund under the Single Market Programme and under the EU cluster policy as part of the Eurocluster call. So for us, who are working more closely on social economy, it's a good first sign. And we hope that it's also a proof of new opportunities that we have tried to open under the Single Market Programme, under the current EU budget. In fact, in the last 3 years, 22, 23, 24, we have mobilized 23 million euros under the Single Market Programme, which is a rather small program compared to others, if you look at the EU budget. And we did it with a specific purpose to support, first of all, and I will be explaining about our policy priorities, the green and the digital transition of social enterprises and within the social economy, mostly, but also helping to build capacity and helping to boost cooperation across the different member states, actors in the social economy and business support actors, tech providers in different member states through the different projects that we have been supporting. But financial support under this program is not a mere coincidence, and financial support alone without the target, as we saw, without the policy direction is not perhaps the best way to go about it. So let me briefly explain to you why we have mobilized these 23 million euros all of a sudden since 2022. First of all, Mr. Guerini, Giuseppe mentioned it. He said, well, the Social Economy Action Plan, which perhaps you know a little bit better, which was introduced by the European Commission at the end of 2022, brought together two pillars. The social pillar, which is perhaps closer to the type of policies that you're familiar with, both at national level or at European level, and the industrial, the economic, the business pillar. Let me then say a few words about that pillar. Already in 2021, we have introduced the industrial strategy for this Commission, the European Industrial Strategy, which actually brought in the lessons learned from COVID. Because our first strategy didn't have the best timing, we presented it right before COVID. So a year later, we came back with a different strategy, which is very interesting, I think, to keep in mind, because for the first time at European level, we have identified 14 industrial ecosystems that we considered important for the green and the digital transition and for building resilience within the European economy. And it's interesting to note that one of those 14 ecosystems, which are very different from space, electronics, energy, what have you, mobility, tourism, is proximity and social economy. So already then we find social economy in the heart of the industrial policy. And I think this is a very important step that allowed us also to trigger other types of support and new thinking also in our work. First of all, this means that we look at social economy, we monitor the performance of proximity and social economy as an industrial ecosystem, as we do for the other ecosystems, industrial ecosystems, that may be perhaps more traditional in terms of industrial development of value chains. This monitoring, we present it in different ways. First of all, every year we issue what we call the annual Single Market and Competitiveness Report. I invite you to Google it if you're interested and discover what we said last year in 2023. But every year we present this report, and it gives a snapshot and a comparison of how the different ecosystems are faring in terms of business performance, in terms of the green uptake, the digital uptake. At the same time, we also issued a report that closely monitors the green and the digital performance of the ecosystems, and that you can also find. Second, we developed more specifically for proximity and social economy, for this particular ecosystem, what we call a transition pathway. That is a pathway for the green and digital transition of this ecosystem. We presented we triggered the process at the same time as the Social Economy Action Plan was adopted at the end of 21. And then a year later, we came with a sort of final product, which is not a Commission document. It's not the pathway that the Commission thinks that is relevant for the social economy, but it's something that we co-created together with more than 400 stakeholders from all over Europe. So what is this pathway, the transition pathway? It is basically 14 action areas, 7 for the green, 7 for the digital, which are composed of 30 concrete actions. These actions are meant to support the twin and green and digital transition of the ecosystem. They don't only concern the European level, but also the national and also the regional and the local level. And they don't concern only public actors, that is governments, public authorities, but also private actors, that is the ecosystem actors, meaning what each one of us and each person also in the room can do to boost and promote and facilitate the green and the digital transition for social entrepreneurs and for actors within the social economy. And on top of that, we have, and for that reason, we have opened this pathway to all stakeholders. As we created it together, we want to implement it together and create this wave in Europe. This is why we have an open call for pledges that is open, and you can also look it up and find out where we stand in that area, and I will come back to it as well. So then to sum it up, in a way, the GROW mission is what our department in the European Commission is really to promote the social economy business models and make the business case for the social economy on the EU agenda. Because we also believe that it's important to focus not only on the social part, but also on the economy part of the social economy, and have both in balance, but also find ways to mainstream social economy and social entrepreneurship across the different policy areas. And that's why this project and its results in a way lie at the core of our mission, and we're very pleased to see projects like that. One more reason for it is, of course, the focus on social tech. I mentioned already, we focus on the green and the digital, so any cooperation at European level, any concrete results we can see in that area, in that space, is very important to us. Why? Also, if you look at the transition pathway, you can see that social tech is present in different action areas that I mentioned earlier, and in particular in 2 action areas, which is about supporting digital social innovation and tech for good entrepreneurship, very much social tech in that sense, and also supporting new business models and the so-called platform economy. When it comes to that, if you look at overall the work of the European Commission during the last 5 years, because we arrive at the end of the mandate of the current Commission, we had European elections earlier this month, and we are preparing for the next political leadership at European level. But looking at the past 5 years, you will see that a lot has been done in the area of digital and data. Digital for the economy and digital for the society, both in terms of policy targets, the digital decade. I assume you're familiar with it because you have been involved or interested in the project one way or another. Specific targets that we have in terms of skills for the citizens, skills for the businesses and SMEs, in terms of digital infrastructure and connectivity, and also in terms of digitization of public administrations and e-government. These are common targets for all member states. So when you speak to the representatives of the government in your country, both at regional level but also at national level, please make sure to remind them of these targets, because there's also funding and investment that Europe has put in the hands of the member states in order to fund investment in the areas that I mentioned in order to meet those targets, both under the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is a dedicated facility to help us all recover from the shock of COVID, of the pandemic, but also in terms of support that comes under the cohesion funding, which is more or less entirely in the hands of the member states, with very few strings attached from Brussels. So all of that important to keep in mind and keep hammering that message, keep knocking on the door. And also when it comes to the regulatory framework, a lot has been done as well when it comes to Data Governance Data Act, not only the protection of personal data, but more importantly, business data. So for this Commission and for the work that we have been doing in DG GROW, social economy and digital economy are not incompatible. On the contrary, we'd like to see them going more and more hand in hand. At the same time, we know that this is not easy. We are fully aware of the fact that there are some structural challenges within this ecosystem. And there's also what we call uneven digital and tech maturity. And I'm sure that Professor Calderini will talk more about that. If you look at the last reports that I mentioned earlier about monitoring the proximity and social economy ecosystem, there again we confirmed what perhaps you see as reality in your everyday work, that when looking at when we look at the social economy, we see a mixed picture. On one hand, very low uptake of more advanced technologies like AI-driven technologies, and relatively, let's say, more openness and higher adoption of the so-called platform technologies, platform economy, or open source technologies. So there is, if you like, the measure of challenge and also the measure of success. And that's why we're happy that this project addressed both. You addressed exactly that crux. In order to create opportunities for social entrepreneurs, promote concrete ideas and bring them to the market. I think it's a win-win recipe, and we hope we can replicate that more and more at all levels, because we need that. We need to join forces together. We need public-private partnerships. We need shared direction so that we start seeing some more concrete results. And we hope in that sense that the transition pathway that we have launched together with stakeholders, and some of you are in the room, will help us and will serve as one vehicle, at least, to concentrate more and build a community of committed stakeholders for the green and the digital transition. I mentioned earlier about the call for pledges. I'm very pleased to see that the project partners of this project have already submitted pledges, both individually but also at the level of the project. I'm also addressing an open invitation to those present in the room to consider present a pledge and join this community. If you have more questions, Karel is the person to ask throughout the day. Why? We have already collected close to 200 pledges. You may be asking, okay, but what's in it for me? Why should I present a pledge? I would say give us a bit of time, because in the fall we will go live with a stakeholder collaborative platform that we are working to set up. And this platform, you should imagine it as the tool to bring this community of committed stakeholders together. We will be working with pledge takers, both online and offline, to help them connect to each other, match needs, develop joint actions, bring them closer to information about funding and other developments and possibilities at European level, and also see how we can also push this agenda for the green and the digital transition beyond Brussels, in the national capitals, in the regions, in the localities, in the local communities where social entrepreneurs are and where social tech solutions can be developed. So with that, I would like to leave you not with a message of ending something, because indeed it's the end of the project, but rather as a message of starting something and a process that we need all of us to keep alive, because I think it's important, not only for social economy actors, but for our economy and our society, and for the years to come. So I'm very happy to be here with you. I will be staying for a little bit more, but then I also have to go because I have a meeting at 11. But very interested already to hear some of the interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this extremely inspiring words. I think that we're resonating a lot to the social entrepreneurs, highlighting how much the European Commission is crucially important for the development of the ecosystem and their day-to-day activity. Now I am pleased to welcome Mario Calderini, Professor Mario Calderini, high-level expert and very knowledgeable expert on impact, social economy, ecosystem. The floor is to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Anna, for the invitation and for promoting all these actions that I consider crucial for the development of a new generation of policies at the European level. And thank you, Giuseppe, for the hospitality, of course. I think the experiment we're talking about today is very important because it is the first concrete attempt to bring the social economy, the social and proximity economy in the core part of the development strategy, of the industrial strategy, which is the crucial issue here. Of course, we all celebrated, at the least I heavily celebrated the inclusion of the social economy cluster in the 14 clusters of the industrial strategy, because it was the first tangible sign of the actual commitment of the Commission into merging social policies and industrial strategies and industrial policies. That is, I think it's the crucial issue at the moment, because what we need is dual policies. Policies that are able to promote with a single euro both growth and social cohesion. This is the kind of policies we are able to afford in the next future, given the budget, giving the needs, giving, I would say, also the results of the European election, the recent European election, that, in my opinion, gave some quite worrying indication of a detachment between the social dimension and the industrial dimension, and also about the green and digital transition. So this is exactly what we have to do, and this is the reason why, with Fondazione Brodolini, Torino Social Impact, we're enthusiastically trying to implement in the best possible way the indication and the challenge that was given to us. Torino Social Impact was not originally a cluster in strict terms. And the reason is Torino Social Impact is a very fluid platform, is a consensus platform, is a way of bringing together more or less 350 organizations in a pretty vast area that go from range from very small associations and charities to big Italian banks. And the one feature that makes Torino Social Impact distinctive is one of the two things that I have learned as a scientific advisor of the Minister of Research and Innovation for like 4 successive Italian governments. I was in charge of developing the national cluster strategy. And one thing I learned is that clusters, both industrial cluster and now the social economy cluster, are ascendant policies, bottom-up policies. So that means that what you need first is a consensus platform, is a strong trust and cohesion between the different players of the region, and then you offer your availability to policymakers with ideas, with projects that can be incubated, but then they have to scale up through political support. So we kept the governance of the cluster very, very simple, and in some way we try to stay away from the traditional agency model, that you give money to someone and then this someone will think of initiatives and ideas. I think that ideas and initiatives must be built and put together in a quite spontaneous way with very simple governance rule in the platform. And this was the reason why Torino Social Impact in this initiative was able to bring together more or less 350 partners. The second important thing that I learned in my experience and that I tried to apply in the Torino Social Impact and Fondazione Brodolini effort to offer the best possible solution to the Commission is that you need to think very careful to the notion of proximity. Because when we mention proximity, that is one pillar of the notion of cluster, when we think about proximity, we immediately think about geographical proximity, which is not necessarily nowadays, the most important ingredient in the cluster definition. It comes, of course, from in the 60s and 70s, the Beccatini, that was the first scholar to study and investigate the nature of clusters, thought that proximity, geographical proximity, was the most important ingredient, because companies staying close, they could exchange expertise and people and work and many other things. I think that the notion of geographical proximity is not any longer suitable to define cluster policies. We need to think at least of 2 other dimensions of proximity. One dimension is the so-called knowledge proximity. In industrial cluster, founding the cluster around the notion of knowledge proximity is more important than physical aggregation. And it means that it is the exchange of knowledge and bringing together pieces of knowledge that are complementary and resources that are complementary in a certain knowledge and technological trajectory is the crucial ingredient. But we need to come to terms with the fact that I am a huge sponsor of the cluster strategy, of course, but something has gone wrong in some way. In general, it was a very successful policy, but then we have some empirical evidence that some policies, including the cluster policies, has brought in a sort of laceration or detachment between certain areas of Europe and some other. When cluster strategy were very much top-down, supported by science park, technological districts, incubators, they made certain areas very happy and very prosperous and very rich, but some other areas, as Professor Rodriguez Pose would tell us, were basically left behind. So cluster policies, industrial cluster policies were very important to spur industrial performance and technological performance. They were not massively successful in promoting cohesion at the European level. I think that this is one of the most important reasons why we need to look at social economy clusters as the missing ingredient. Because social economy clusters have features that may somehow mitigate and compensate and add the cohesion performance to the traditional industrial performance of European cluster. And therefore, when we talk about social economy clusters, I think we need to work on a different concept of proximity, that is the cohesion proximity, the need to use proximity to promote cohesion. And cohesion is also the ingredient that we need to make social economy clusters very successful. And this is the reason why in this effort we try to aggregate and build this consensus platform that is called Torino Social Impact and led by Fondazione Brodolini, because cohesion is the pillar around which to build a successful social economic clusters. What is cohesion? I think that social economic clusters have a very important challenge. The first one is we all know that social innovation has an historical problem that is scale, providing structural solution to structural problems. So I think that the sense of having successful social economic clusters is fundamentally the ability to aggregate and federate people's needs. Because when you pursue scale and growth of the entities that are the players of the cluster, in order to offer structural solutions, what you need is to aggregate demand. Because if you want the entities and the organization of the social economy and within the social economy cluster, you need a federated demand for services and for solutions. So the sense that what makes social economy cluster different from traditional industrial clusters is that they have to work on the federation of demand. And of course, on the other side, they need to work on the aggregation and the scale-up of supply, of the provision of successful solutions to people's needs. This can be pursued in very many different ways. One is, of course, to make it as cross-sectoral as possible. Because, of course, one of the most dangerous traps for social economy cluster is to become the third sector clusters, which is not the case. We need public-private partnership. We need private actors to be contaminated and driven into the purpose of the social economy clusters. And there, for example, when I think of federating policies or aggregation policy, one very important remark that has just been proposed is the question of data. I think that social economic cluster will benefit a lot from other acts of the Commission, like the Data Governance Act, the Data Act. And if you notice, within these policy lines in the European Commission, for example, there are things like data altruism and data cooperatives that are natively part of the social economy and that can offer some scaling opportunities that probably we have not yet investigated at its full potential. What has to happen within a social economic cluster? And we tried to, this is the reason why we decided to focus on the specific social tech feature of the social economy cluster. One of the most important things that have to happen within the cluster is that we need social enterprises and different actors of the social economy to transform a little bit. To transform means, in my words, to become more managerial, because in this experience, one thing we have learned is that there is still some managerial weakness that has to be overcome in some way, probably not only taking on the shelf a solution from the profit sector, but developing our own capabilities in the management of this very, very complex organization. Second, and crucially important, already mentioned by Anna, is the technological transition. Because the situation now is that we have high-tech solutions that are available and crucially important for social enterprises. Artificial intelligence is, of course, one of the things. The social economy and the third sector especially has been quite reluctant to adopt high-tech solutions. Now this challenge is not to be deferred any longer. Also because this high-tech, if you look at the high-tech technological trajectories, they are changing. Take, for example, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has born, as usual, in the engineering field, in search of wonderful technological solution. So technological performance was the mantra, and the idea was take the artificial intelligence and make, for example, machine learning as fast and as precise as possible. Now, if you look at this trajectory, what's happening is that real performance is to pursue performance within very specific constraints like energy consumption. So what's happening is that high-tech is now taking into account that we have a resource scarcity on the one side and very tight constraints. The interpretation of this new interpretation of the idea of high-tech, there is no actor as social enterprise that is more suitable to implement and translate this new technological paradigm into the economy. And therefore, I think that adopting high-tech solutions and transforming them in a perspective that is more attentive to the needs of people, this is one crucial thing. Of course, the other point is that now low-tech and medium-tech are becoming commodities, very easy to use and very cheap. And so there is no reason why social enterprises and the actors of the social economy should not adopt them to make them available to improve their solution, the depth of their solution, the scale of their solutions, and so on and so forth. So basically, the point is helping social enterprises to become more technologically intensive, which is, of course, something that has to be handled very carefully because it takes in a pretty severe ideological problem. That is, the social enterprise model is historically a labor-intensive model. When you bring technology in, it becomes a capital-intensive model. And it has to be handled with care. And policymaker, I think, we need a lot of support from policymaker not to make this contamination between technology and social enterprises taking a dangerous drift. And the technological point brings us to the third important challenge, that is finance and some kind of financialization that comes directly from technology. Because when you have technologies available and you want to adopt them, two things happen, basically. One is that the social enterprises with technology become more investment ready. They develop, or we can help them to develop, more structured and robust and sound business model. That is, of course, the first crucial. The second thing is that when they adopt technology and they improve their business model, they also develop an appetite for finance. So there is a virtuous circle here because social enterprise develop an appetite for finance, and there are actors of the financial world now that are desperately searching for opportunity to invest in the social sector. So if you are able to make this link with the support of policymakers, I think here we have a new, wonderful developing sector. That is, we have a demand that is basically social needs. We have players able to take care of the social needs and offer and promote growth. We have a number of subjects that are ready to invest in these subjects. In my opinion, this is a wonderful value chain, as much as all other more industrial sector. And this is what we have to promote. But we have, and I conclude, one more important reason for promoting social economy clusters and the social economy in general, and has to do with the green and digital transition. Of course, when I mentioned technology, basically I meant green and digital things. So my view is that we have one transition that is made of three wheels. One wheel is the green transition, the other wheel is the digital transition, and the third wheel is the social transition. Now, we all know, engineers will tell us, that in a mechanism like this, that is the transition, the speed of the wheel is determined by the slowest one. At the moment, my idea is that the slowest one, at risk of stopping, is the social transition. That means that if you don't bring people on board of the green and digital transition, you have a sort of reaction that is very dangerous. And I think that the fact that European citizens are perceiving some kind of cost, sometimes rightly, sometimes for wrong propaganda, but sometimes they feel that some green and digital initiatives are adverse to their interest, is a very dangerous thing, because the green and digital transition is at risk of being slowed down by a social transition that is not working at full. So what bringing the social dimension at the core of the green and digital transition is not only a good thing because you take care of people. It is a wonderful thing for the green and digital transition as well, because the injection of cohesion, mutualism, cooperation, relational goods in the green and digital transition is the best thing that we can do for the green and digital transition itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Calderini. It's difficult to pass to the more concrete insights from the project. It's not over. We'll have conclusive words from Professor Calderini at the end of the event, so stay. And there is still more to learn. I will now invite the next speakers, our partners from Companion, Silicon Valley Style, and Cluster Idea, and I would ask everyone to give one more round of applause for all these introductory words. I take this little opportunity to mention that we are extremely happy for having contracted a social economy organization for the catering service, because we know that cohesion and diversity is also criteria of quality. So for us, it wasn't any doubt to contract a CAP event. Don't hesitate to also communicate on their qualitative service. And also, I'm speaking to the representative of the European Commission. Don't hesitate to contract them. We are starting now with a companion who will give us the results of and the data around the first call, the call for training that many of you went through. Your turn.
Okay, hello everybody. I hope you can I hope that you can give me apologize. I want to apologize that my voice, I lost my voice at home in Sweden, in some wood, I think. I hope I find it again, but I'm not sure. I know that many of you have listened to Ylva, my working partner. She should be here today, but she couldn't. She have so much other things to do. So I will do my very best, of course. I always do my very best, but I not always succeed, I know. So, first, the call for training. Do everybody know anything about Companion, what we are? We are kind of a cooperative. We are a cooperative in Sweden who have the goal to help people for free. People who want to start cooperatives and enterprise, social enterprise. I have worked with that for 35 years. Yeah, I should soon stop, but I work so long with this. So, the first we did for this was we was responsible for the workplace who was include call for training, and I know everybody of you was in that, and the goal was to create awareness among social enterprise how they could use the new technological solutions to increase effectiveness in the companies. Now we see. It is that one?
Yes.
The one to the right.
Yeah, the one to the right.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Good. I know that you before today have heard much of the numbers, so I will just go through them rather quick. It was hundreds of electric enterprises. For us in Companion, it was this is the first project that we could be helpful to, if I can say so, giving money to social enterprises. It was new for us, of course. And you have already seen much of the numbers. And of course, I want to say, if someone says, no, this is wrong, just put up your hand and scream to me. I will. Yeah, of course. So you can see here the numbers, and of course you can have this presentation after this day. It's okay. So, and I think, I don't know if you have seen this one. It was rather different between the countries. If you see Sweden, where I come from, it was few, and I think that is because of, well, Sweden is a small country. We are not so many inhabitants. And as I know, some of you heard my colleague Anders Bro talk about Monday this week, the social enterprise in Sweden the last year has gone down a bit. So we are working very much to lift them again. So this is a good project for us also to do. And here you see how many number of grants per country. Italy is, of course, very high, as always. When I started on the companion for many years ago, we were traveling to Italy, I don't know how many times. We just have to learn everything. I was in Bologna, I was in San Patrignano, I was everywhere. And we think, oh, Jesus. And we took home what we think that we could take home. So just for this, we have Italy to thank for a lot, I can say, very much. We can say about the call for training, we have had very much positive from you all. I think many of you think the call was positive and clear. I'm very glad for that. It was a little difficult to get and have the right information at the beginning. Yeah, it was the same for me, I can say. So it is. And I think it's very often so in this kind of project, but of course we will try to do better. And some help with translation of technical terms would have been helpful. Yeah, I think so every day. I think so when I have to start my phone. I think so very much, so I can understand it. And somebody of you think that we should have a bit more for more online network opportunities, and that is about all we have think about today. So I think that I stop there for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now jump in the second call, the call for training, the second phase of the project. Dear Natasha, you can go ahead.
Yeah, also help from my side. My name is Natasha. I'm representing Silicon-Filztal, a non-profit organization from Lower Bavaria in Germany. And we were in charge of the work package 4 and the call for innovation. So the objectives of the work package was to foster exchange and innovation amongst the selected social enterprises and with other parties, resulting in new products or services in the focused ecosystems. And also the other objective was to foster internationalization actions among the selected social enterprises. Just a quick overview what the expected results were. So the expected outcome from the social enterprises was actually a feasibility study that they had to do in collaboration with innovation providers for the development of one specific innovation project in their organization. So the social enterprises worked together with support providers that were mapped on a map. I think you're going to hear about that later on from ADV. So they were matching to apply for the next phase in the call for innovation. In total, we received 57 applications for the innovation phase, so from the 100 that were eligible to apply for the second phase. And in terms of the internationalization support, we organized online matchmaking events with more than 100 participants before the application phase, so the social enterprises could match with the support providers. And also we organized a 3-day on-site social innovation hackathon with 20 social enterprises from the SocialTech4EU project. And I just want to go really quickly a little bit more in depth with the social innovation hackathon event that we organized prior to the application phase also. So the goal was to develop and support the innovation ideas for the innovation phase. So they had a more soundproof idea they could apply with. And the special features and unique features of the event. So it was basically a design thinking process that all the social enterprises went through in 3 days. And the two special and unique features that we incorporated was one, the involvement of all kinds of creators. So we had designers and artists being in the team, working with them together, to work on their ideas and also get external feedback. And we also leveraged the rural region that we were hosting this event as a living lab for the innovation. So we went with the social enterprises and with the different groups, we went to different local companies and they could talk about their ideas and receive more feedback actually. So just a quick overview about the hackathon. I actually want to show you the after movie. Some of you actually participated, so you probably know the movie, but I think it's a good idea just to grasp an idea of everything. Let's see if that's working. Looks good.
We organized the Social Impact Hackathon this year. When it comes to hackathons, it's very important to see them as a building brick of a larger purpose-driven innovation process, not as a single event. In our case, the overarching innovation process was the SocialTech4EU program that we run currently together with our consortium partners, and the Social Impact Hackathon enables the teams to perform better during the innovation phase. We feel that this calm atmosphere has an inspiring effect on the teams. They love it, and we also showcase that rural regions can be hotspots for innovation.
I would say what they do is they create a deep understanding of the challenges they see, and then they develop products or services which are a tight fit to those needs that people have.
It was the first time I pitched in English, and it was just so great relief afterward, and I got so many friendly and happy people afterwards, and this really was exciting and really good for me.
We have a second event that supports the innovation power of the hackathon. It's the Experience Festival, so that they have kind of a living lab right in front of them.
Yeah, so we had a discussion with Alex, the 3D printing guy.
We had the opportunity to go to a farm.
We are going through our main stakeholders, our problems that we are facing in our company. So we are thinking about digital transformation, bigger digital transformation, and that helps us to identify key points, key people, and after that just go with an action plan maybe, or prototype.
Our
hackathon is a beautiful and brilliant place where to meet other social enterprises and to discuss our ideas and to exchange them, as well as hear the reflection from the coaches and from the sparring partners, so that actually we can fine-tune and adjust and understand better what the next best step would be for our company.
I think that there is a lot that can be learned from design to think of innovation, especially social innovation. Because what design tells us is that we need to consider every human involved. They're really trying to fix our society where nobody does. So I think that, first of all, we can try to get them a bit out of their bubble and try to look at this problem from a different perspective. That's for sure the first thing that design can help with. And then, of course, as I said before, maybe I think the tool set of design itself, of design thinking, is a specific one, and it's a process of discovery that always creates like new ideas that were never thought of before. I felt really, I don't know, inspired by them, that they came up with these conclusions so fast. Like, beautiful things will come out of this.
When we were sitting in our first design phase, it was fun, and not only fun, but our professional coaches come in and they explain the topic and let you get all the details on the board, on the stickers, and you see all the plan just in before your eyes. That was quite brilliant.
This hackathon gives me a feeling of community. It wasn't like this before, so it's very, very important to do work like this, because otherwise we can't work on these ideas which are changing, which will change our society.
Now, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Álvaro Lombardo. I'm project manager from Cluster IDEA. We are a Spanish ICT cluster based in Zaragoza, Spain. And we are so happy to be here with our partners, with the stakeholders, all participants from this final event, and especially also the social enterprise from the acceleration phase that they are here with us today, and they are going to have the chance to showcase their projects in the demo day presentations, elevator pitch session after the lunch. Okay, so just to speed up and going into the third phase of the SocialTech4EU. First of all, I have to highlight, as Anna and the professor Anna from DigiGrow and the professor told us, we are in the Eurocluster of social economy. We know all the difficulties from the social enterprise to develop their projects, and also the effort that they make to professionalize and fit with the requirements of the EU projects to be here. So just a reflection, the acceleration phase is the last phase from SocialTech4EU, but during the project, in our case, IDEA, we are in 3 different Euroclusters. We see the overview of the different Eurocluster and the different ecosystems and the maturity in digital and green. And I think that for social economy, the training phase was really important. I highlight this because, for example, in Spain, we are working on IDEA with foundations that maybe they have around of over 50 workers, big foundations that they have a lot, they are doing a lot of work and social impact in our territories, but their level, their maturity digital level is quite low. And especially when we launched these trainings, we hesitating about, well, digitalization is everywhere, but then we saw how a very big social enterprise, their digital levels are so low in comparison with other ecosystems. So I want to point out the importance of allow and gather some funds for the training phase and big budgets over 3,000 euros in order to make this first approach to the social enterprise. Of course, there is a lot of social enterprise that they have a bigger maturity level in terms of digitalization, and here we have one of the 10 better or best social enterprise in this challenge. But we have to keen on these companies that they are not so professionalized, they are not so digitalized, and they have bigger difficulties in order to address this green transition. So step by step, and we have to be focused especially on those social enterprise, the majority of them that they are not so digitalized. Okay, so apart from this, in terms of the acceleration open call, we are in the third phase from the SocialTech4EU innovation roadmap. So the objectives of this work package was to support the social enterprise to uptake this innovation and also to bring their innovative solutions to the market. Because, as you know, we are here with public money, so apart from digitalize, SocialTech4EU objectives was to scale up and bring solutions. And we know that there is a lot of expertise also on this ecosystem, and there is a lot of social enterprise that they are doing very well their job. So here, SocialTech wants to be a boost for them in their innovation map or road in order to foster this innovation. But as you know, the EU funding could be a part of this boost, a part of this launch and effort, but then the companies have to bring relevant solutions to the market. Finally, the market is going to decide if a solution is well or not. But here, as SocialTech4EU, we are this part to boost their processes. So also we are here to support social enterprise to find new financing opportunities, and finally also to allow this cooperation and to face some possibilities of find international business partners. So regarding the call results, we are financing the innovation projects from 10 different social enterprise with the collaboration of technological providers in order to develop and customize digital or test solutions, including service, products, or several processes of this social enterprise. Here we have a value component, and it was the innovation phase that Natasha presents, because in social economy there is, due to this fragility of the projects and the structures of the several organizations, we are in an ecosystem that the companies they usually don't have enough time for the research and check if the market will validate their business model. So thanks to the innovation phase, 20 social enterprise have the possibility to make the feasibility studies and check if their business solutions were relevant for the market. So thanks to this EU funding for the feasibility studies, what we have here in the final phase are the best 10 projects that they have already checked their validation with the market and with the relevant stakeholders, and then they present their projects for the final phase in order to know if finally this project could be implemented, and in the next after SocialTech4EU, if they are going to have continuity. Because what we want here is not to finance something for an EU project. We are guaranteeing continuity of these business models, because this is the relevant thing for society, to use in a proper way the EU money. So in that case, we are very happy because from the innovation phase we have 20 award companies, and then 19 out of 20 they decide to apply for the final phase of acceleration. Finally, we select 10 of them, and we have a call budget of 378,000 euros. Regarding the acceleration phase, we make a more complex evaluation phase, because we were in the last phase and we have more money. So the evaluation phase was composed. First, the technical part was evaluated by the SocialTech4EU evaluation committee, but then this was the 60% of the evaluation, but then we encourage the social enterprise to pitch their projects in English in a evaluation pitch sessions with an external jury, with experts from several universities and from several social economy relevant stakeholders. So what we want here was also that the social enterprise have the possibility to showcase their projects, but also to present them in English, because we are in a EU project. So we thought from the consortium that it was very important also to demonstrate their capacities in English and to showcase their projects before the awarded process. So finally, what we have here as an outcome is the 10 best social enterprise, and also enterprise that they have already demonstrated their capacities in English communication skills. So finally, to finish this acceleration call presentation, I want to highlight another important part of this acceleration call, and is that when this project, SocialTech4EU, prepare an acceleration development plan requestment. This part was very important because after the companies present their projects and finally we award the best 10 projects, we have individual sessions at the beginning of the implementation process with these 10 companies in order to re-study and to recheck their projects, because all the projects have room for improvement. So we sent to the companies an acceleration development plan template in order to ensure their implementation in the implementation period. So we have individual meetings with all of them in order to check all the parts of their projects, and also to focus more on these parts that are relevant for the Commission. The parts of internationalization, the parts of scale up, their business model. So thanks to this starting point, acceleration development plans, SocialTech4EU could ensure in a better way that the objectives of SocialTech4EU are aligned in the same page with the Commission and with the industrial strategy. So after receiving these acceleration development plans, we already checked them with all the social enterprise. I have to give thank you for all of them for their time and for all their commitment during this phase. And finally, these acceleration development plans were also validated from the SocialTech4EU consortium and also from the European Commission. So now we are in the last phase of this implementation. Today, the 10 social enterprise are going to present their projects, and they will finish the implementation of the projects the next 15th of July, and then they will have the last month until August for the reporting of all their activities. So that's all. Later we will have time for the showcase of the projects, and thank you very much for your time.
Thanks to this presentation, we've been taking you through a particular journey, which was the journey of SocialTech4EU, a journey from idea to scale up. Let's take it in the form maybe more of a discussion now. So I'm extremely pleased to invite our responsible moderator for the next panel discussion, Raffaella Scalissi, Senior Advisor at Torino Social Impact, and all our panelists. So we will have with us Karel van der Porten, Policy Officer at the European Commission, Unit G2, in the Directorate General of DG GROW. We were expecting to have Helmut Ramsau, but unfortunately his flight was cancelled, so we have to be really grateful for Natasha to stay with us and to share her experience and knowledge. I'm also pleased to welcome Elena Viani from ACTA, Sensi Contemporanei. I have done an effort with my Italian accent. Who will give the point of view of the social enterprises in this discussion, and Alvaro will stay with us. Raffaella, your turn to take the floor.
Thank you, Baptiste, and thank you again on behalf of Torino Social Impact for the organization of the conference, and Fondazione Brodolini for the management of all this project that you can see we are trying to present the pretty interesting results that we were able to achieve. As Baptiste was saying, we have in this panel also one of our protagonists, that's to say the social enterprises that were involved in the process. And so I would like to start from Elena, who is the founder of ACTA Sensi Contemporanei, which is one of the enterprises that were awarded with the within the acceleration call. And yes, it's important to start with a case study and to have the perspective of the beneficiary of the whole initiative. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity, for this great opportunity to discuss together our experience. So, first of all, results, what we were asked was to present some results and lessons learned from our experience. And what we thought in doing this was to start from a method that our social enterprise has and developed since about 20 years. It's a method that we call 3P. It means policies, processes, and projects. Policies, because we prioritize public policies objectives. Then we favor operational processes by which the implementation of the policies should be regulated. And finally, projects that assigns a significant role to imagination in defining projects. Alongside with policies, processes, and projects, we add the decimals of the P constant, we call it 3P constant, that are imagination, creativity, and courage, that are something more that is added to the project that can create value. It can generate and bring creative elements to our project. And so, in applying this 3P method to all our projects, we start from policies. And what we did at the beginning of the SocialTech4EU was to start studying policies, European policies, starting from digital transformation, ecological transition and inclusion, but crossing it with more sectoral policies related to video games, tourism and culture, in order to promote convergence of languages. What we mean by that is that the single market program was, so the COSME project and this policy was a great opportunity for us to improve the knowledge of the policies that we already have in some sectors, and to keep on studying such policies, applying it to a concrete, a real process. And so what we could do was to, first of all, secure crossover between sectors. And what we did was to apply the languages of new technologies and experiment. So with this kind of language, that is the video games language, applying it to tourist planning, that is another policy, other topics. How we did it? We trying to experiment and innovate for environment and social impacts, of course, but the study of such policies for us started before the social tech, and this is just an example of the study that we developed in such period in 2023 about video game sector. That is a growing market, and of course this is known. But what is also important is that the last Council conclusions of the 2023 recognize the creative and cultural value of the sector, and because it can bring democratization and social cohesion. So without studying the policies of the European Council, we couldn't also imagine that this added value could be brought inside our processes. And finally, we could also make, through the SocialTech4EU, make resilience an operational action, because what we did was to start from the project idea and apply it to a local-based ongoing project that we were already developing in a UNESCO site. And so it was a kind of multiplier effect also in this sense. So the first result probably that we could achieve is that the SocialTech4EU supported us for the first time to apply our model, the 3P, and transforming a public participation process that we were leading in the UNESCO site using digital technologies and the narratives inspired by the mechanics of games, of video games. So, of course, the SocialTech4EU was and is a gradual process, because we had 3 phases, but we must consider time factor that is not gradual, but it was a constraint for us, and that collides with unpredictable factors. So when we talk about experimentation, there are variables that we couldn't imagine at the beginning, and such variables collide with the time constraint and the we can say rigid phases that we were given in the project. And also another element was that SocialTech4EU, of course, with the 3 phases were standardizing our process, but sometimes, in some cases, the standardization can also, in this case, collide with unicity, because if we want to bring something unique, we need to also to find other ways and to find our gradual journey to develop the project. And so, very briefly about the 3 phases. What are the main results? In what we realized in the first phase is that the 3 phases were for us a continuum, so a kind of flow from the first one to the third one, and it's important to keep the conceptual framework and not only the creative parts connected in order to develop the project. And during the training, so during the training phase, we apply a learning by doing approach. So the involvement of the tech provider was essential but it was a kind of workshop where we could share ideas, new ideas about our service, so how to improve the service, and so to digitalize it, of course, but only because we could share ideas in a learning by doing approach. And this leads us naturally to the feasibility project. And so the feasibility project and the feasibility plan was for us a kind of natural flow. But that could be possible only because we were aware of the policies behind our sector, so tourist planning, and the sector of video games. In the feasibility, so what we also realize is that a kind of a support in reasoning, okay, about policies. So the first suggestion that we can give is that support in learning policies starting from the beginning could be very helpful in order to keep together organization and sense. Another thing is that probably another kind of support is to find a practical application, and so to reach the market and have support in reaching the market. And what we did, for example, was to reach the travel tech for the travel tech show that was a fair in London last week, bringing together tourism and technologies. And finally, that is a result, but also a suggestion, is that if we keep together and work together with the tech provider, but also with other companies, and get in touch with the markets, we could generate new project hypotheses. And for example, we could find new targets and new markets, but also new ideas about new products, about new tourism experiences or tourism itineraries to be sold in digital platform that we discovered also, for example, at that fair. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like now to, with the other panelists, elaborate a little bit more and in a focused way on what are the tools that we should focus on in order to foster and support the social enterprises in their path for innovation, taking, of course, in account what has been said, that there is social economy is a sector in which there is a lot of differentiation in terms of sectors on which the companies operate. There is differentiation in terms of legal forms, in terms of maturity, and so in terms of innovation. And also taking into consideration that social economy is really at a very early stage of clusterization, so there is a lot to do and to learn. I would maybe start from Natasha. You presented the action of the hackathon, and which was very, very effective also in terms of networking, and you have already told us about that. But if you, from now on, if you would have to focus, or maybe you are already focusing on tools and initiative in order to support the social enterprises in this journey from idea to market and scale up, what would be your and what is your main focus?
So probably the main focus is networking, working together with other social enterprises, exchanging your ideas. Sorry. No worries. Networking, working together with external partners, getting feedback, just staying in the loop kinda while you're developing your ideas. And I think the most important part is obviously financial support, because without financial support, you're just not able to, bring your ideas to the market, I would say.
And
now you have to.
Thank you. And I will pass to Alvaro. You have said that you are in 3 clusters, so a Eurocluster. So that's really interesting for trying to understand which methodologies and tools we can bring from other sectors, clusters, and maybe exploit in our experience. And I would like to ask you how the cluster model can be of help and can shape tools for the social economy.
Thank you, Patricia. It's a very interesting question because, well, I can address with very different phase, but first of all, I want to highlight the enormous capacity of cluster to address SMEs, because it's like the main intermediary between. It could be, and now, for example, in Spain, we are trying to force and bet for a stake for this model. We want to be a relevant stakeholders in order to gather the necessities of the SMEs for the public administration, and also for this also exchange with research institutions as universities. The model of clusters has been established among Europe, but there is, for example, very benchmark examples in Germany, for example, or in Spain. We have also very potential regions that they think that clusters are a good tool in order to gather the necessities of companies. So, regarding our experience in several Euroclusters, what we thought that could be very interesting during the several Euroclusters was to make synergies. So we found its relevant point or interesting way for collaboration, and we move ahead to foster this. One example could be that in other, well, it depends of the ecosystems, because they are very different, as the Commission explains today. So, for example, IDEA is working on the MT8 ecosystem, that is the mobility, transport, and automotive. Of course, this ecosystem is the distance with social economy and proximity is bigger. But in the other one that we are working, that is the CCI, the creative and cultural industries, there is a lot of synergies with social economy. So one of these synergies that we use and we take the advantage was that in these creative and cultural industries Eurocluster, French CCI, we have budget for cluster communication, for creative and cultural cluster communications. So we use this in order to invite SocialTech4EU to participate in several events and in these training workshops in order to combine the communication for creative and cultural creative and cultural industries, with the social economy. And for example, our partner, ENSIE, participates in these workshops to increase the communication and also to address and try to stretch the distance between social economy and creative and cultural industries that, as I told you, I think is very small. apart from this, I want to highlight last thing, and is that in the other Eurocluster that we are working, that is the CCI, the Creative and Cultural Industries, we are financing several innovation projects that the legal entities that they support these projects are social enterprise. There is a lot of cooperatives that they are working on creative and cultural industries, and at the same time could be part of this ecosystem, of this project, of SocialTech4EU. So also what I want to bring today is that the innovation of this ecosystem of creative proximity of social and social enterprise is so big. And there is another social enterprise in other Eurocluster that they are developing very interesting projects, focusing, for example, in housing cooperatives, but also here in SocialTech we have electricity cooperatives that they are doing very high technical projects in order to make this social impact component and not just focusing on the market and profitability. So I think that the room for improvement is so big, and these Euroclusters has to be a starting point of better and bigger synergies between different ecosystems, but inside the ecosystems, and in terms of SocialTech4EU, address and take the advantage of these social entities to cooperate and also to make synergies and foster collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. I think before giving the floor to Karel, who of course has a perspective having follow all the development of the project, I would like to go back to Elena for one more comment on the most effective tools that you think, from your experience as social entrepreneurs, could be shaped and put in place. Of course, it has been said that financial resources are always needed, are important, but when we speak about designing tools, instruments, or initiatives, where do you think we should focus?
Yeah, probably according to our experience, the most critical part was to start from the idea and get in touch with the market and then scale up. So and how we did it, we try to of course make crossover among sectors, and what kind of sectors. So that was the topic, how we can choose it. And so what we did was, first of all, to get in touch with universities. We participated to an international conference about destination management organizations, and there we present our prototype. And so we discussed with them our project idea. We received there an award, but apart from that, the experts and expert in tourist planning approved the conceptual framework that we developed. But also, starting from that, we say, okay, that's one way to have confirmation about the conceptual framework. Then another point of discussion were, of course, the travel tech show, so a fair where tourism and technology were discussed, and we went there, and there we discovered new targets, new possibilities, new platforms, and new products to be developed, starting from this conceptual framework. So keeping the learning acquired from the training and feasibility and also acceleration phase, we could improve and scale up again. And finally, what we are doing is also to work with other companies. So we talked about our other social enterprises and other tech companies. So we talked about our tech provider, that is a video game studio, an Italian video game studio, but we are now developing a network of companies, so a real network, formalized, with other companies from the audiovisual sector, gaming, create and other creative arts. We are trying to formalize it in the next few months, but the idea is that with other companies we can broaden up the supply chain that we usually, with our services as ACTA, as social enterprise, preside. So we need to spread the supply chain, and how we can do it, of course, working with other companies, exploring new sectors, and also formalizing it, because that is probably also important, so to have a common plan and a common vision about the development of other products that we could have in the future.
Thank you very much again, Karel van der Poort, and thank you for accepting the invitation for this panel. It seems that the synergies and networking is the one of the most effective and important activity that we should put in place. But from your perspective, of course, taking into account that social economy was a bit of an experiment to be included in the Euroclusters, and we have to say that it wasn't always easy to work on the process from our sector, which is cross-sectoral, very differentiated. But please, we are very interested in listening to your point of view on the process.
Thank you very much. It's not easy to add much more to the concrete aspects, the experiences, and certainly from a policy perspective, what we should do after Mario's intervention, as well as Anna, my head of unit. But nevertheless, I will try to focus on several specific elements. I think Mario's introduction was the essential bottom line of why the Commission is doing this. Why, überhaupt, would we think that social economy has a place in the cluster policy? I can tell you 5 years ago there was not at all a point of discussing this. The industrial strategy, I will not repeat it, but it was a very important way to find access to other business support services, business support products, policies, and so on and so forth. And why the match between clusters and social economy, and I will tell you an off-the-record story and a very, let's say, evidence-driven story. The off-the-record story is that in my previous unit, the social economy unit, was together with the people from the cluster policy. And then you start talking with each other. And that is how we came more and more to the idea and the realization that there is so much in common, because what is a cluster doing? It's searching for pre-competitive, intrinsic motivation to collaborate in proximity. And I'm happy that Mario also gave some other reflections on the notion of proximity. But this collaborative nature is, of course, so inherent to the social economy, to share expertise, not to compete each other necessarily, certainly not when you're in the same environment, to exchange ideas, to jointly invest in innovation, to pool resources. And why is this so inherent to social economy? Because of the mission of solidarity, collaboration, transparency, and so on and so forth. Also the democratic and participatory governance models. I don't need to explain all this to you. But there is a second part, and that's the needs part, the necessity when you have so many small, and that's what we see in every study that we do, so many small organizations that are very much dependent on public procurement, even on donations, temporary grants, that have very low capital reserve, in other words, that makes them vulnerable to market shocks, but also to change in policy. If the local government is funding your organization already for 10 years, there is a new political regime, and they say we will not do that anymore, then you can basically stop your activities. That is pretty vulnerable business model, as we say. We always use business models. I don't know, in social economy, they don't always like it, but still, it's an operational, organizational model that also needs to have funds to pay for the activities that they do. But what we see, and that's as old as the cooperative model that we know, and certainly with many Italian partners in the room, you will know best of all people in the EU that the cooperative model is basically pooling of different organizations together to make them less vulnerable to certain shocks, financial shocks, but also in agriculture. Agricultural cooperatives are one of the oldest models where mechanics, investments are jointly done because it's cheaper, it's more feasible, it's more certainty. And that is exactly what we can extend to the notion of a cluster. And that is, of course, why it's so evident that we wanted to push much more social economy into this industrial cluster policy. And then you get the resistance, of course. So then we start discussing. People say, yeah, but this is about industries. Social economy is about the social assistance and social things, so people don't actually know what it is about. And then you come with examples, because I hear automotive. Yeah, there are certainly industrial cooperatives in Spain present in automotive, so many people don't know, but the industrial cooperatives are a super important element of the industrial ecosystem, proximity and social economy. And of course, many of the social economy organizations are rather small, but we have also these very large organizations. But there is a very important disclaimer, and that's a bit the danger where we are right now in not merging, but making social economy more present in the social economy. And I'm very, very happy that Mario also stressed it. This bottom-up approach is super crucial. I would even go further. There need to be a demand from the enterprises themselves to organize them in a cluster which can then meet a sort of support from a public level. But it's not the other way around. So we don't do this because of attracting more funding. That might be a nice to have and good for capacity building, like this specific call is doing. But in the end, a cluster will only exist and keep on running if there is an intrinsic motivation of the members to organize themselves, because they can get more out of it than they would do individually. I will give you one concrete example, and people that have heard me in the past will say, oh no, he is there again with the same example, but I can give you more. But it's one of the most advanced that I know besides Torino Social Impact. I also refer to them, but they're next to me, so that no need for that today. It's called the Fireworks cluster. It's a cluster of work integration social enterprises. You have even beyond SMEs, organizations of 800,000 employees, mainly people with disabilities or distance to the labor market. Top-notch in terms of technology development. They distribute their supplies, their offer to the whole of Europe, all organized as non-profit. So there is no for-profit companies in this cluster, but you have also very small companies in this cluster, maybe 40, 50 people, more second-hand shop, the traditional circular social enterprise. They are all federated in one cluster, and what they do is they have set up a joint engineering lab. What is that joint engineering lab doing? They don't develop, they adapt existing technology to the needs of the workers in all those companies. Why is this so important? Because those small ones could never do that without the bigger ones. So the bigger ones are the drivers. They offer the room to test, to experiment. And their slogan is basically, we use technology not to fire people, but to hire people. They want to use technology to make people stronger, to help them by building assistive technology. It's laser guidance, it's augmented reality, it's cobots, so a third arm, etc. There are great movies about it available from that cluster. So that is for me the essential driver of a social economy cluster, because they could not do it all on their own. So it's as simple as the concept of many small ones, but also bigger ones in the cluster can achieve much more. This cluster is improving and accelerating. They are now, of course, in European networks. They are spreading the knowledge. Look at the BeWise project. I think some of the partners here are also present there. They are even managing curricula around the practices that are developed there. So this is really what a cluster in social economy should do from its bottom up, and there can be, of course, funding to promote it, but it's not the other way around, that you can rely on funding. And imagine that the funding today stops, then the cluster will vanish. That actually means that there is no demand for a cluster. And that is also for the industrial cluster, but that will also be for the social economy clusters, whether we like it or not. I don't think it's a nice message, but it's an important message. Another element which I wanted to highlight is, again, this fertilization with other clusters. I think is very important, and that's, if I may give a small criticism, I hope you allow me, is that you don't have to, but I think it's really a good opportunity to make more out of it. And the fact that IDEA is in the consortia is very important, because that is, you can maybe build this bridge stronger to other partners, to other more non-social economy clusters, because what we see, and again, Mario referred to it, my head of unit referred to it, is that there is such an intrinsic motivation from mainstream, traditional, whatever for-profit companies you want to call them, to collaborate with more socially minded or social economy, social enterprise, value-driven impact companies, again, whatever you want to call it, to collaborate with them. But there is, of course, a sort of barrier from both sides to find each other. And there, again, this cluster can mean so much more. Imagine that in the next Euroclusters that will exist, that there are strategically, from the initiative from the applicants, a collaboration or a partner with social economic actors locally that will be super beneficial for their sales. And there we are entering, for example, in the bi-social story. Another element that we want to promote with our policies from the Commission. We promote social clauses in public procurement, but we also want to promote more bi-social behavior from mainstream companies towards social enterprise. Again, within a cluster, you bring those actors together, you start to know each other, and you can see what type of delivery you can do. Because even in an automotive cluster, including a social enterprise that is, for example, working on, again, work integration, it's always the easiest one to take, delivering sort of services that are not in the direct value chain of manufacturing, but maybe catering, maintenance, cleaning services, etc. By including them in the cluster, you will also foresee those type of links. And then, of course, and that's what we see again in the most, let's say, mature clusters. After a while, they are also delivering services that are into the core value chain of the organization. So they start to experiment with services in terms of manufacturing, specific components, packaging. It's, again, the cluster I refer to. They work with the biggest and the mainstream companies around their area. They deliver many services in that extent. So there again, there is so much opportunity within this cluster policy that we really need to push social economy much more, but also in a mature way, as a trustful partner that can also talk business. That is not just you want to collaborate with me because I have a social picture. That is, of course, their specialty, but they also need to be a reliable partner in terms of economic added value. And that is exactly what a cluster can offer. So there I will stop my reflections on everything that I heard, not today, but in these 2 years that I was following your project, but also other projects that are working on social economy clusters. And I want to make a final remark or a call for you, because what is now, since we started with this idea of social economy clusters, and with our report we call that clusters of social and ecological innovation. It's a horrible term, I know, but it wanted to capture those two important elements of ecology and social innovation. We see now everywhere popping up initiatives and projects focusing on this, but they are not so much talking to each other, and that's a big issue. If you see what your Antonio Novo colleague is doing, he's federating at European level, and the European Cluster Alliance, clusters from all type of nature together, to be also a spokesperson towards the Commission, to be a reliable interlocutor towards the Commission. And I think that's really necessary for social economy clusters as well, because if we start developing our activities just in single projects with a start and an end, and that's the definition of a project, then it might also stop at a certain point in time. Unless you manage to, I will not use the word, while I will do it, federate, but at least organize at European level organizations that are having some kind of the same, let's say, structure, like a social economy cluster, you can also be a much more powerful or, let's say, interesting interlocutor towards different partners at the local level to offer the services to build the capacity, but also towards European actors such as ECA and the European Cluster Association as a partner for the future in the private sector, but also towards the Commission and other institutions. So that's, I will not call it a dream, but I think it's necessary if you want to go further in this trajectory of promoting social economy clusters, and from itself they exist everywhere across the EU. It's just the identification that is sometimes difficult. I think that can really be a benefit for your future integration in the mainstream cluster policy, but also other similar initiatives. And now I will really stop because I think I went miserably over time, as always. Thank you.
I think we are perfectly in time, okay. So.
Congratulations, yeah, to everyone. Thank you very much, Karel. Thank you very much to all the panelists for their experience and shared views. It's now time to have the second coffee of a minority of people here and the first coffee of the majority of the people. So let's please take it as good as it is. Hi, everyone. I hope the coffee was pleasing, that you are now re-energized a little bit. And it's a good news if you are, because we have plenty of interesting things to say to each other. We are starting the second session of the final conference about tools to support the ecosystem and cluster development. We will begin with two presentations. In fact, presentations on the tools that were an instrument that were created in the framework of SocialTech4EU. And to begin with that, I am pleased to give the floor to Elena from EDV Romania, who was fully involved in the creation of the two major tools that she will present.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I represent ADV Romania, and I will speak about our contribution in this project. We are really proud and happy to have been able to work in this project that has such a logic flow. It started with from a need in the sector. It further went with researching more in depth the needs of the social enterprises that it wanted to help, and afterwards it continued with this cascade funding that it was really innovative, and as we have seen had great results. We were involved especially in the audit and mapping activity. So before launching the training funding, we launched a survey because we wanted to understand the needs and blockers preventing social enterprises to innovate and to embrace digital and green transition. Our aim was to inform the training phase, the acceleration, how it should look and what type of support it will grant. So it was important to understand this. It was a survey launched on the EU survey platform, and more than 300 social enterprises across the entire European Union participated in this survey. One of the incentives we used to attract participants was that they will be the first to be announced about the launch of the call for training. So it was a big benefit for us to use this incentive, because it's very hard to collect data through surveys, and we need to offer some incentives to participants. So for this phase, it was really, really nice to have such an incentive. Also, after this survey, we created a map of social enterprises and a map of social economy support providers, and afterwards we continued our mapping and the sector, and ran a European survey. This time we included only the grantees in the training phase. We wanted to go more in depth about their social and economic impact. And in my presentation, I will focus on some key findings from this survey, and all the data that we have collected for the surveys and the feedback we have received from the free cascade funding phases will be included in our final report, the European Social Economy Observatory report. It will include all data aggregated, and also will include and corroborate with data from OECD studies, from other existing studies on social economy. So we found in the first survey, where we were trying to understand the needs and blockers preventing social enterprises to innovate and embrace digital transition, we discovered a variety of legal forms among social economy organizations, and we discovered a lot of sectors of activities. Social enterprises are active across a variety of sectors, but top sectors are education, human health, and social work activities. So let's take a look how our data set, what the data set of more than 350 responses uncovered related to some key patterns and takeaways. We discovered that financial constraints are the main barrier when we are talking about digitalization and innovation. So it was not a surprise. In fact, it confirmed the necessity of the SocialTech4EU project. Social enterprises across various countries and industries identified financial constraints as the primary barrier to innovation and digitalization. And this was across all countries, across all social enterprise legal status, and across all years of experience. So even for foundations of 10 or 15 plus years of experience, financial constraint was mentioned as a main barrier. Also, we discovered that social enterprises across the spectrum prioritize increasing revenue and developing new product services, and not necessarily investing in training or creating new technologies or implementing, trying, and investing in new tech. Given these financial constraints, social enterprises naturally focus on activities that directly enhance their revenue. Increasing revenue and developing new products and services were seen as immediate ways to ensure sustainability and growth. And this emphasis aligns with the need to stabilize their financial position before committing to potentially costly digital transformation. And Carol highlighted already that the business model, the operational models of social enterprises is very vulnerable to low cash flow even, and such funding is that targets innovation and digitalization is very, very necessary. Also, the lack of skills was a pervasive issue, suggesting that training and capacity building programs could significantly enhance innovation efforts. Lack of collaboration was also a common barrier, reflecting the importance of building effective networks and partnerships to drive innovation. Also, high risks were mentioned as a notable barrier, especially in Germany, and lack of strategy was also a significant barrier in Italy, indicating that enterprises may benefit from clearer strategic planning for innovation. We found out that early-stage enterprises face significant barriers related to budget, infrastructure, and collaboration. More established enterprises, over 4 years of activity, despite being more mature, still reported high barriers in terms of budget and innovation skills. This suggests a need for continuous investment in capacity building and resource allocation. And both early stage and mature enterprises reported similar barriers, highlighting that certain challenges like budget constraints and lack of innovation skills are pervasive across the board. Social enterprises tend to focus on short-term revenue goals to ensure survival, which can overshadow long-term benefits of digital transformation. Also, a reason for this is that the operational model of social enterprises is very complex and integrates a special care for their vulnerable groups, so they have to juggle between a lot of activities. On the other hand, they have to ensure financial stability, and they have to look for grant opportunities, they have to sell products on the market, so they must juggle with a lot of complex activities, and oftentimes their resources are limited, and not when it comes to money, but when it comes to people. Oftentimes people working in social enterprises have roles of grant making, business, and also taking care of the target group. So the need for support is really, really necessary and creates added value, because these social enterprises really create added value, and they need support more than other businesses maybe that have a very clear and very niched focus. So there is a need for integrated support that not only provides financial resources, but also technical assistance and training to help social enterprises bridge the digital skills gap. Policymakers and funding bodies could play a crucial role by designing programs that specifically address these barriers, offering grants or low-interest loans targeted at digital transformation project. Despite recognizing the undeniable benefits of digitalization in enhancing efficiency and boosting revenue, because this is what social enterprises chose when they think about digitalization. Digital tools will help them enhance efficiency and boost revenue. And despite their acknowledgement, many social enterprises are forced to prioritize immediate financial stability over long-term technological investments, because we asked them what are your top priorities for the next years, and in top of their priorities were to increase revenue and to develop new products and services. So it is a bit of disconnect between their what they are intending to do and what they think it would be good for their long-term development. But this is not a challenge only. We regard this as an opportunity, a call to action for all stakeholders in the social economy system to continue such project as the SocialTech4EU that was very on point for this needs. We have not discovered, but confirmed for this study. Key insights for tailoring support measures. A geographical focus will be is needed, because social enterprises in different countries have different legislations, have different approaches. So this geographical focus is important. But I think our project that encompassed a lot of geographic regions is also a model of good practice. So I think we efficiently succeeded in attracting social enterprises from all over Europe and really offer them a boost in terms of innovation and technology. So indeed, our project was very niched towards social tech. And we discovered that looking at the applications in the training call, for example, that a lot of social enterprises don't even really understand what is social innovation and tech, especially small social enterprises with a capital-intensive social enterprises, as Professor Calderini said, are more inclined towards needs of infrastructure, investment in human capital, whereas we had also applicants that were more labor-intensive. It was for the labor-intensive. For the capital-intensive, we also have had applicants from this area, especially those that are digital-first social enterprises. So we'll see in the 10 grantees that you already had a digital-first approach. So this is a capital-intensive model, as Professor Calderini said. And our support program was for them specifically. But yes, social enterprises should understand that different programs are tailored and niched, and this is something that is it makes sense. So it really makes sense. Okay, we'll have by the end of this month, I think, the final report. So I will ask Baptiste to share with all of you the European Social Economy Observatory that will include all other insights and infographics that will be very helpful for policymakers, but not only, also for social economy stakeholders. A call to action to all stakeholders would be that collaboration is key, and this is a thing that was already mentioned. We need a collective effort to foster an ecosystem where social enterprises can thrive and innovate. By working together, we can ensure that these enterprises are not left behind in the digital age, but are instead at the forefront, driving social impact and economic growth. As part of this project, we created the virtual map of social enterprises. Initially, it included only the 100 grantees selected in the first phase, and the social enterprises here are already on the map. Now we are extended this map. Social enterprises across EU can register into this tool. It will be active. It is managed on the ADV Romania website, and it will not be closed after the project finishes. And I think it's an added value for this project. We'll continue to expand this this map, this tool. It offers visibility boost for social enterprises. It is good for SEO. It is good for promotion, and also I have heard that it is used by social economy stakeholders to identify partners, to identify social enterprises, to identify partners for bi-social initiatives. So it is an instrument that will continue to grow. And also we have the virtual map of social economy providers and supporters. And here we included the providers for all the three phases in the project. So we have research organizations, training organizations, a wealth of organizations. Some of them are really, really interesting, and I encourage you to go and see. Maybe you will find providers for your own needs. Many other providers are offering tailored services, for example, promotion services for social enterprises, or they are a social enterprise. So I think this is really, really interesting. So when you have a need to create, I don't know, a strategy or a promotion strategy, or to train your staff, this may be the first point to look. And also it is a map that will continue to grow and be expanded. The map was created, so we promoted this map. When I say I'm referring to the entire consortium. We promoted at the entire EU level. Those who identified and met the criteria applied for this directory, and also social enterprises that were selected could also refer providers to this map. Okay. Now I will give some insights into the report, the survey we launched for the social enterprises, only for the grantees, the SocialTech4EU grantees. We wanted to collect data regarding their social, economic and social impact, and we ran a questionnaire aimed to analyze the data from 2022. And some key insights. First, I would like to stress that the insights, even if this data set is rather small because it was targeted, we found similarities with World Economic Forum latest report on social enterprise globally. So it was launched in April 2024. If you look it on Google, you'll find it. There is similar barriers, there is similar needs and policy recommendations. So we had the confirmation of other larger studies, and also I think what we discovered is related especially to measurement, something that we haven't, it is included in other reports, but here we could have a deeper look. We have discovered that when coming to measurement, social impact, social enterprises have gaps and difficulties. These gaps come from a lack of resources, because they don't have the resources to collect this data, to measure and to showcase this data. They don't understand the process. When asked about environmental impact, they are choosing, yes, the areas where they are having an impact. But when we go further with a question, well, what is the dimension of the change? Some even said that they don't understand the question, and some reported very evasive sums or responses. So a lack of knowledge in this space, and it also needs funding and resources. The social economy sector demonstrates a strong focus on education, healthcare, and basic human needs like food and housing. At least the data set that we had showcases this. Italy had the most responses in the data set, but this is because it had the most grantees, and shows a diverse approach to social impact, indicating a robust engagement across various social impact areas. Social enterprises exhibited a variety of legal statuses, with cooperatives being prevalent in countries like Italy, Sweden, and Greece. And the report underlined the vibrant and varied social enterprise sector across Europe, with Italy and Romania showcasing a rich diversity of legal statuses. But this also comes from the fact that these countries had the most applicants and most grantees in the first phase. Social enterprises have made substantial economic contributions, with the cumulative annual turnover reported by survey enterprises. Most of the social enterprises reported turnover. Some of them reported zero turnover, and also it was a very big gap between the highest turnover and the lowest. So we had turnovers of, I don't know, below 1,000 euros, and turnovers higher than 2 million euros. So there is a huge gap. But this also highlights that in our project, we help social enterprises that are mature and also at the startup phases, and they also need, even those mature social enterprises needed this support because they applied for the training. And another strong point for the training, I would say, is that they had a maximum of 3,000 euros. And I think it was really, really important that they had the opportunity to choose how to use this budget and what kind of trainings to access. And from what I have analyzed, especially in the final 10 social enterprises that passed through all the stages, we have seen that the trainings they accessed were targeted at increasing management skills, just like Professor Calderini said. So not just technical trainings, whereas smaller social enterprises chose trainings more technical, how to, in promotion, for example, or in to train their staff in a particular technology, or to learn about new recipes. But those who passed through all the phases focused on skills that target their managerial skills. Okay, environmental sustainability was a growing concern, with several enterprises implementing initiatives to reduce waste, but fewer than 50% from all the respondents reported interventions in the environmental impact, and I think only 10% reported detailed information. So we reduced our energy consumption by 50% or information like this, but very, very few reported concrete details. Okay. Some insights into grantees' feedback. Grantees gained valuable knowledge and skills in areas like digital project management, data management strategies, and digitalization planning. This allowed them to adopt new tools and approaches to streamline operation and data-driven decisions. In the innovation phase, grantees conducted feasibility studies to identify their most pressing digital needs and develop concrete plans for improvement. And this also helped them develop new digital products and services tailored to their target audiences. Related to the acceleration phase, key outcomes included launching new user-friendly digital platforms, integrating various digital tools for improving efficiency, and developing innovative digital products and services. But these are just some examples. I'm really happy that today we'll see all the 10 examples and we'll see in person the social entrepreneurs, the idea that were helped, were supported within our project. And I think this is a really added value for this event. Overall, the SocialTech4EU project funding enabled the grantees to undergo a digital transformation that significantly enhanced their impact and reach, and I hope they will confirm this during their presentation, or inform, but I hope it will be a confirmation. This can help them provide more effective support for their beneficiaries, attract new partners, and drive positive social change in their communities. And some recommendations to enhance tools and awareness for accurately measuring and reporting on energy consumption and environmental impacts. This will help demonstrate the sector's contributions to sustainability and support advocacy for resilience. To support and recognize the variety of legal statuses social enterprises adopt, reflecting the sector's diversity. For example, in Romania, and I think it's a case, particularities are everywhere, but in Romania, even associations that have economic activity, that are part of the social economy ecosystem, don't self-identify themselves as being part of the ecosystem. We have a law on social enterprises, and when we have surveys and data reporting in this, even in the latest OECD data reporting, when the report analyzed the sector, it referred only to registered social enterprises that are at this moment over 2,500. But the sector is much bigger because it includes associations, foundations, cooperatives that are active economically, but they are not registered as social enterprises. So these studies, don't include the social and the economic impact of other legal forms. So having a law may help, but they also might. It helps for reporting because it's easy to go to the registry of social enterprises and to see, okay, how many employees they have, how many employees from vulnerable groups, because we have such a public registry and we can see data, including their financials, but we can't see in one place data from associations, foundations that have economic activity, and even worse, they don't identify as being part of the sector. And This was our contribution, and we'll continue on this path of data collecting. I want to thank you, the participants who participated in this survey. It is not easy to collect data through surveys, and I think we must find innovative ways based on technology when it comes to collecting this data. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, to show how much this project was not only about financing and supporting solutions, but was also about gathering knowledge. Knowledge not only to produce, but also to share with this pedagogic dimension. I'm extremely pleased to give again the floor to Anders, who will present two activities that we are doing to stimulate this sharing of knowledge.
So, hello again, everybody. I know it's just before lunchtime, so I will make it short. I think it is a Swedish tradition when it's almost lunchtime. The online library for this project. Have you seen it? Have you been in? Yeah, you have. Hand up. Oh, good, good. Because I have to finish with the in-log, but I don't need to spend so much time at that. As you see, I change glasses all the time. I have one couple for nearby and one for a little longer way. And then I always have lost a couple of them. The online library is we have enhanced that the knowledge and the capacity of social enterprise just about the technical revolution have to be somewhere, and we have put that in an online library, and we know that the primary target group for this library is, of course, social enterprises, and we have tried to build the library after that, of course. Now I change my glasses again. So. In the library today, there are about 24 videos, 21 reports, and 35 articles. And then I say it's growing all the time, every day almost. And you can see what language it is today: English, German, Romanian, Spanish, and Swedish. And of course, as I said before, you can stop me and ask me, and everyone, whenever you want to, of course. Topics is very much about the technologies in this project. I think I know that many of you and other social enterprise have very much questions about that, and we hope this library will be a part of giving quick and good answers for those who use the library. And it's built on a WordPress platform. And that is just because we can just have it easy to update. Yeah. Once you have logged in, you have the ability to filter your selection of resources by choosing a category, language, media type, and that will make it easy for you to find exactly what you need. And all the descriptions are provided in English, and yeah, it's English for the topics. And this is a picture from just a Swedish film. Is there anybody of you? I don't mean me, of course, and the guys from Västerås. Do you understand anything of the Swedish text? No, I can understand it. So I don't know why the film is there on Swedish. Yeah, it could be långsiktigt företagande mean sustainable companies, I think, about. So, here you have the address, and I know some of you have already logged in, so it's easy to log in, and I hope you will visit it soon, and I also hope you will tell us what we should update, and we will do that then, of course. So, is the blending host now?
No, you just
No.
have to introduce it and tell that it will happen this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. I know. Yeah. Soon this lunch.
No.
It isn't?
No, there is a panel discussion right after.
Oh, yeah, of course. So you maybe can open the discussion because I don't think I have it here. Yeah.
Yeah, this slide was just to introduce a little bit the blending learning course that will happen this afternoon. The last session be here. This will be the master moment of this pedagogic instrument we are trying to make available to everyone. I'm eager already to participate to that because I have also so many things to learn about digitization. Now I would like to trigger and to start with the panel discussion about tools that will support the development of the social economy ecosystem and clusters. I am honored to invite here Deborah again to be moderator of this panel discussion. Consortium leader, unit manager at Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini. Yeah. And joining us, Margit Perco, policy officer in the social and inclusive entrepreneurship unit in DJ Ample. Linda Perino, policy officer in unit D2 in DJ Grow. Patricia Bussi, director of ENSIE. And Anders, you stay with us. You will have your opportunity to shine again, and Elena also to share your thoughts. Deborah, the floor is yours.
Hi again, Baptista. Thanks, Anders and Elena, about the presentation. Thanks, all of you, to be here today with us. Before starting with the conversation, do you have, I don't know, any feedback, doubts, or notes about the presentation? Can you hear me? Yeah, great. About the presentation we just heard. No, Patrizia. Patrizia is our of now. Yeah, I know.
Is it clear? Maybe I can already promise something that we will also try to highlight that on the Social Economy Gateway. Because we still need to restructure our resource section where there is much more out there. And for example, linking this map and the resources that you compiled would certainly be beneficial for more stakeholders. So we will find some time to add it also to our website. So overall, thank you very much for working on that.
Yes, also first of all, yes, I'm Linda Perina and I'm working in Unit D2, so I'm following the Eurocluster. So I think some of you might have seen me in the European Cluster Conference at the side event of Euroclusters. And I'm pleased to be here because I really love this Eurocluster. And what I can say is that maybe afterwards I will touch upon some of the points that you mentioned, but thank you for your presentation. And I think I'm happy to see that many of the points that you mentioned, we are trying to work on it. So we are trying to address the issue that you mentioned. So on this, I'm happy. Maybe later I can explain what we're trying to do. And I think that my colleague had a question. Did you have a question? Because I think you were trying to raise your hand. I saw that, so maybe.
One particular question was, I don't know if it's appropriate right now, but I just go with it, is on the management aspect that was tackled in the research or the audit phase. Could you explain a bit more in detail what are the real differences because also Mario highlighted that there are crucial differences when management training within social enterprises needs to be supported by different actors from funding till intermediaries, federations, whatever. Could you give a bit more information what your findings are and how this offer for you could be designed most appropriately? And a second part is you have in this world of organizational excellence a lot of labels and certification around. Did you have some experience or some feedback that this is also interesting for social enterprises, social economy organizations, that they have also sort of certification of quality and organizational excellence for their organization? Those are the two questions I had, but maybe it's going a bit too much in detail. If not, you can skip it.
Thank you for the questions. Related to the first question, my insights came from the feedback received from participants, and those were the training they have chosen. For example, using digital tools for management, for project management, or for using data to drive decisions, because this is also related to management. And now with AI, there is a lot of opportunity, but also need in this area. And these types of trainings are really expensive. And I think they would be very beneficial for managers of social enterprises, but also for founders. So this would be my insights are only from what they have chosen to have, and I have seen that the 10 social enterprises that made it to the final phase have chosen very specific, tailored trainings that helped them increase their management ability and using digital skills for data-driven decisions. So it is important, and it's important for them to choose their own trainings because they know better. I think it would be very restrictive to offer funding just for one type of training because we had business trainings and it was a large area, and they have chosen in this area from business training, whether it's marketing, whether it's data-driven decision, and it is important that they can choose between more options, but that are integrated into the same logic. So not something really technical or how to use some tools that are instrumental And for the second question, it's really interesting to have some labels and certification, but it's important also to ensure that these labels and certifications are well known by the public, because if a certain label is not very popular, it's not cool, it will be inefficient. For example, in Romania, we have the label of wise, but I think even wises don't use it because it's not recognized by the target clients. And so it should be, I think such programs would be really, really nice. I'm seeing, for example, the B Corp that is coming from US and even in Romania is becoming very trendy. They are featured in business magazines. And I think, oh, wow, we for the social economy, we don't have this, and this might be create confusion in the market because there are overlaps. And it's important to develop such certification, but to invest heavily in promoting this and having key persons of influence to promote these labels, not just us project, organizations that implement these projects, but we have to use the power of influencers, not the commercial, the Instagram influencers, but leaders in their sectors that can influence decisions. Yes, and it's really nice that it's a really good idea, and we thought of this, but we need to work on this.
Okay, is the next rank? Maybe we can. Anderson, do you need that? Do you want to add something?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. So we start with Linda and Marcy. Today we start to discuss and talk about the ecosystem, the importance of the ecosystem, the social enterprise ecosystem, and so on. So, do you have any idea about the next plan come from the European Commission tool or a vision strategy that can try to develop this important ecosystem? Or, I don't know, do you have any suggestion to the social and the partner to implement and improvement the new?
Well, actually, we are still working on our current plan, the Social Economy Action Plan that was adopted in the end of December in 21, and it has a time horizon until 2030. And one of the important key initiatives in this is the Council recommendation that was adopted in November last year. So now the member states have basically 2 years to adapt or develop social economy strategies. And we really encourage them to do that in an inclusive process so that they consult with you and other stakeholders to really develop ideas how they want to boost their social economy ecosystems. And it's a bit open to the member states, like how they want to do it, because they are starting from different points. They may have very specific traditions. So that's for us important to stick with that plan and to really follow up on that. We have just offered a learning exercise for public officials, how they can devise strategies. And information will also be available on the Social Economy Gateway relatively soon, so you can watch the recordings in case you're interested. And the idea is really to encourage member states to build it with the stakeholders on the ground, because you have the expertise and it works best if people come together and try to see what are really the main blockers that we want to address. Just to move things forward and to develop a bit the ideas that are relevant. Can either be at the national level, but it can also be at regional or city level. So maybe there is not so much happening in your country at the national level, but maybe there is a big city or a rural region that wants to do something and advance the ecosystem. So that's what we are a bit encouraging, and we also continue to work on the Social Economy Gateway and on communication activities to spread the news a bit about the concept, because as you all know, it's not as widely established. And in terms of labels and certifications, we are also currently working on a study or a report discussing a bit the options, because in theory it sounds easy and nice to do, but when you look at it more closely, it gets quite complex. And then how do you judge it, and how do you revisit because once you get organizations once in a registry, you may also want to check after 2 years if it's still everything in order, or if they changed and they had some mission drift and meanwhile they are a regular company or something. So we are looking a bit into the options that are there, but we are not sure that this will be the solution for everything, because yes, it's nice to do, but it's also difficult to do in a good quality across Europe, because you can do something in your country, but then if 2 countries have different systems, you just recognize them mutually, whereas the point of a certification is that they follow exactly a certain number of criteria. So it's kind of difficult to just merge them together and accept everything under one umbrella. But it's certainly a topic that we are interested in, to raise the awareness for the social economy and its business model, its way of integrating business on the one hand and advancing the society on the other hand. So it's more a visibility effort that also needs to happen with a lot of policymakers at a lot of different levels, because here we are a bit in the preaching to the converted setting where everybody knows already what we're talking about, but there are really many local politicians that we have never heard about this idea. So we really hope that we have also people like you on board who talk to their local politicians, talk to their national politicians, if you have some access, to really advance the topic together and to make sure that we advance the social economy across Europe.
Yes, I will try to be brief in the interest of time and because I think you're hungry. But what I can say is that, well, I had prepared a speech, but I've received so many inputs this morning that I think I will not follow the speech. So apologies if my speech would not be as structured as I wish it to be. But it was really interesting to hear about what are the barriers that the social economy enterprises are facing within the green and digital transition. And, the capacity building, skills, strategy, collaboration. I'm happy to say that SMEs and social enterprises that are facing these issues have a solution, which is the cluster management organizations. I think 1 week ago, I read a paper from Alberto Pezzi, which I think many of you know from Axio, and he indeed developed this framework that cluster management organizations can really help SMEs achieving these goals because they cut organizational costs, transactional costs, cooperation costs. They can help SMEs with images and reputation, and they can group resources. So cluster management organizations, I think, are key in helping SMEs and social enterprises in this sense. And so I'm happy to talk about, on behalf of the cluster team, about this, because how do we do this? How do we help social enterprises? We do it through cluster management organizations and cluster organizations. This because, and here maybe I'm going a bit off the track, but from Brussels, from a European perspective, it's difficult to reach all the angles of the wide European continent and single market. So how do we do it? We need to rely on local stakeholders that can multiply our policies, that can multiply our actions. And clusters are fundamental in this. So I'm really happy to work with clusters because I can really see exactly the multiplier effect, how they can mobilize different stakeholders. And so through clusters, we can answer to these challenges. So the next question is, what do we do as European Commission to foster clusters and help clusters? So as you know, we have the Euroclusters, which are a powerful tool that I'm really proud of, that answers to, in my opinion, answers to one of the topics that Professor Calderini addressed earlier, which is cohesion. Cohesion is fundamental, and it's fundamental from a European perspective. So I think it's super crazy interesting for clusters to think about how do we go and create meta-clusters? How do we go and create cohesion from a local perspective to a European perspective? How do we connect European clusters to European clusters so that we can indeed create cohesion from a knowledge perspective? We can do knowledge sharing, we can integrate value chains, and then maybe a region which is strong in something can help a region which is less strong in something. And Euroclusters were born with this objective. Now, this being said, as you know, these Euroclusters were the first ones. So it served a bit as a pilot. I mean, I think you already knew that. And it was really interesting to see the results coming from these Euroclusters. Now we collect also your feedback for the second call. And then the cohesion part is really playing a key role in this. So I'm really happy to see that Euroclusters are indeed an instrument. And then lastly, what I would like to say is that we have another instrument, which is the European Cluster Collaboration Platform for the friends ECCP, which is the second. We have these two instruments, the Euroclusters and the ECCP, to implement cluster policies. And the ECCP answers to some of the challenges that you mentioned. So that also Professor Caldrini mentioned, managerial skills. We have the Cluster Booster Academy, which can really help cluster managers improve their green and digital transition skills that can then reverse to the SMEs, so helping social enterprises and SMEs in this. For technological uptake, we have the matchmaking events that can help, and also regarding financing, I mean, the whole ECCP and Eurocluster is a financing tool. And also for cohesion, again, we have the C2 Lab, which I think is a really interesting instrument because it helps clusters from regions to create interregional innovation and collaborations, which I think is amazing in this sense. I would like to say last word on finance. Finance is important. We are trying to give as many funding opportunities as we can, and Euroclusters, why are they special? Because really majority of amount of money needed to be dedicated to cascade funding, and this was really important. But for social economy, because here I talk more about clusters because this is more my main area of activity, but if I need to go to social economy specifically, as my colleague was saying, we are preaching to the choir here. So we all know the value of social economy, but we need to think about what the devil's advocate would say about social economy. And what would they say? They say that it's important, but it's not really industry. They're not financially independent, and so they rely only on public funding, and then it's a waste of money, and blah, blah, blah. Oops, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what can we do for this? We need to show that social economy and social enterprises are financially independent and financially sustainable. So what we are trying to do with this platform is to give you support, to give you an initial flame. But really, I would urge you to think about what then? What then about SocialTech4EU after the ending of the project? What then? What do we do? What is the next step? How can you be independent so that we can bring this case and we can make a case for social economy? Also because, and really is the last thing to say that I would say, we talk a lot about digital transition in social economy, which is definitely important. But what is really important is also to address the social economy is needed by a digital transition because we have many ethical considerations to do when it comes to a digital transition. And social economy needs to be a protagonist in that and needs to play a role in that. So I will now stop. Sorry for was long, but it's really, I love clusters. And but please feel free to reach out to me. The email for the commission is always the same, name.surname@ec.europa.eu. Feel free to reach out and looking forward to hear more about you.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Marlies, for this enthusiastic presentation and collaboration. Thanks so much. And so, what's next? I mean, what's next about social tech and the flame with start? So I have a question for my partners and the practitioner and social civil society in general. So we received a lot of stimulate and consideration to how the European Commission is moving to develop the ecosystem, the social ecosystem. I will ask you, Elena, Anders, and Patrizia first, please. What do you think about this new politics, new direction and strategy? It's enough? We need more? We need a different vision? We need a different tour? Or we are on the same page with the European Commission? Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. So I'm Patrizia Bussi, and I'm the director of ENSIE. Just to explain you, ENSIE is a European network of what we call WISE, Work Integration Social Enterprise. So social enterprise that has as main objective the integration into the labor market of vulnerable people. And we are still partner in this project because we believe in the instrument and in the activities of this project. We first believe in this cluster idea. We know that in the ground, at the end, what is happening is really that, for example, work integration, but also social enterprise, cluster with other. This is the way they can be sustainable. So, for example, they collaborate with other mainstream business in order to have more market. They collaborate with the public authority of the territory. So, in reality, they are many times already working in a sense as a cluster, but what happened many times is that they simply don't know the concept, don't know the policy that is behind. So this made me this consideration that is in particular for people of the Commission that is here. Project like this one, where there is the possibility of having financial support to third parties, are crucial. Because as European network, we try to represent national or regional network that then represent enterprise in the ground. But when the enterprise can directly benefit of the financial support and of all the tool of a project can come in Brussels, as it is the case today, this is the best way things can move. So this is for us as ENSIE the first project like this, but we really have seen during the whole duration of the project that this financial support to third parties were really crucial in order to finally have people that are working here with us and that can say also they can learn many things. They will have later another training session, but they can also be part of this discussion. That is a crucial discussion because in these last years, social economy and social enterprise have won a specific and quite bigger space in the European policy than before. As was said by Margit, we have this social economy action plan. And now we have this council recommendation. The council recommendation is really something that engages member states to do something for social economy. So one of the key actions can really be to translate what we have done until now, also in our project, at the national, at the regional level, so to let that this job is also duplicate at national level, at regional level, so that we can have really strategy of social economy that arrive from the ground and are interesting for the ground. These are my main points on this project and on the time we are living in which social economy can really have an important role and is having an important role.
Thanks, Patrizia. I completely agree. I mean, we need an effort from a public and policy aspect. And Elena.
Yes, having a formal strategy and the support of the European institutions is the first step, and it's important. And the next is the job on the ground. So it's not sufficient if the job on the ground is not done. We have legitimacy to carry on the job on the ground. So it's important that leaders in social economy organizations are very active, are talking and involving of local authorities. Just as you have highlighted, it's important to have this support. From our experience in Romania, for example, just having a recommendation from the European Union. So the recommendation is that you engage stakeholders in local policies is not taken in consideration. So I don't know for other countries, but for our country, just the recommendation is not enough. It's there, and it in our case, because we have a very present and vocal leader that involves directly in advocacy, we managed to talk to key persons that may influence some decisions, but even when it comes to something important, to a national funding program, for example, even this is not enough. So we had a recent case. So even we are vocal, we have a lot of credibility in the sector. Even when it comes to money and having a national public funding for social enterprises, our recommendations are not really taken into considerations, even if we do the work on the ground. So we are active in the advocacy space, but also we operate our own our free social enterprises. So we are involved in at all levels. So we have a lot of work to do on the ground. This is the conclusion, and we need support from national authorities that seem to not consider the recommendations of the European Union.
Thanks, Elena. Anders, your thought about this?
Well, I can only agree with you. We have been talking about that organizations and companies inside the social economy, included, of course, social enterprise, we have to give them advice so they can own money by themselves, but still are inside the social economy. So that is difficult, but I think we have to go on with that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to tell you that in reality she is too modest, Elena, because in reality in Romania you are acting very well. From the ground, you are arriving to the national level and you are changing things. I've been in Romania already, in 28. So I was in Romania in 28 and I was there last 2 months ago, yeah. And things have really changed because from the ground you have worked very well. Your organization, Rise Network, Angela, if in the ground things are happening, if in the ground then people is able to talk also with public authority and so on, things can happen. Because you are really working well, you are really obtaining things. For sure, public authorities are not always, yeah, but they are really changing things. You are changing legislation at national level, so you are doing a very, very good job. And for the recommendation, what I can say for you, but also for the other, has just been launched. They have 24 months for working. We need as local actor, no, but as actor from the local to the national to the European to really act in order to oblige them to work on this. So we are there for this. I know that you do this very well, so I wanted to point out this.
Yes, thank you. Angela is really amazing, and she's an amazing leader. And
Your organization, no other organization, you are really very, very good.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrizia. Just last consideration from Linda and Marie. Do you have, about to hear the point of view of the practitioner, do you have any
consideration before closing and go to lunch.
Maybe it can also help to remind politicians that they actually decided themselves that they want to support the Council recommendation, because the proposal came from the Commission, but then it was adopted by all EU member states. So maybe they were not fully conscient or thought they don't need to implement. And it's true, in practice, there is no obligation, like it's not a very strong law, but it has the sheer commitment to do this. It's already something. And with political issues, it's often that you need to build your coalitions, and it's very long and tiring work. But you can remind them that actually it was also their idea to agree to that, and hopefully you can build something. But it's also the advantage of the social economy, and it's partly dependent on the political system, but not only. You're also doing the concrete work in your projects every day. And even if the national system is for some time not very supportive, you do all this work nevertheless, and you do all these advancements in your projects. So I do think there is always a way forward, no matter how supportive or not supportive the governments are. But we are trying, like from the international level downwards, from the bottom up, we're trying to build a coalition to really make things move forward and to like not only have a paper with an action plan, but really transform that into results that can, that really show a difference afterwards. But it's hard work, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. No, I can just echo what my colleague is saying, indeed, because there are some signs. Because already having, as my previous colleague was saying, already having an ecosystem, social economy proximity is not something to take for granted. So there are some things moving, but of course, really the movement from the ground is important in the sense that you don't give us a seat to the table, okay, I will bring my chair. I will bring a folding chair and I will sit myself. So I think this is why this project is so important. These projects in general are so important. This is why, as a last recommendation, at the cost of sounding not too nice, but I really recommend you to think forward what is happening to this project after the ending. I think you are part of France CCI, you were saying before? Yes. I think France CCI signed an agreement with the other creative and cultural Eurocluster to create a European meta-cluster. I think they signed at the European Cluster Conference, if I remember correctly. So try to see really, because they are trying to look beyond this project, and they signed this agreement, for example. So I would really suggest you to try to not let this work go because the project is finished, but how can you capitalize on this? How can you bring this forward so that you can arrive at bringing your chair to the table? We'll say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your consideration, feedback, and thoughts. I think the first part of the morning is finished, right, Battista? I give the floor.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think we can give a round of applause once again. Fascinating discussion of passionate people. It's always nice to hear. It's also nice to have a lunch break, isn't it? So let's in the sun. Yeah, in the sun. So bon appétit, and let's extend this discussion eating a sandwich. Okay, everyone, unfortunately the break is over. All the breaks have an end, and this one too. But we'll start with something really motivational, inspiring, and concrete, strongly concrete. The demo day, composed of 10 elevator speech of the 10 selected and awarded enterprises by the call for acceleration, the third call of SocialTech4EU. Before starting with that, I have two good news. The first good news is that we want to have lunch with all of you. We have already booked a restaurant at 7:30. If you are interested, you can directly express your interest to Katerina, who is just here. Will be dinner. Sorry. No. Yeah, dinner. I mean dinner at 7:30. So happy to see you there. And the second good news is that this event is web streamed, and we will keep a recording of all that. So don't hesitate to promote it. Don't hesitate to reuse the videos in your social media accounts, and tell to your family that you are on TV today. And your turn, Elvo.
Thank you very much, Baptiste. Good afternoon to all. We are going to start with the demo day session, where we are going to have pitches from the 9 best social enterprise of SocialTech4EU. They were 10, but finally, unfortunately, there is one, the German one page cannot attend this event. So just to explain the dynamic of the session, first of all, I request to the first 5 companies to stand up and to come here with me, and then with the second 4 we will make another switch. If you want to be in couple to present, because I know that some of you are going to present too, you can be couple, but maximum 2 persons per organization. So first of all, I ask Acta to sit here on the left, on my left. Then we will have 2 participants from MAMO. Okay, so Acta, the first one. The first one. Mm-hmm. Yes, 2 from MAMO. Third, needs map. Okay, only one. And then we will have Eclecte. Maybe, yeah, here and here. Okay.
Which?
Yeah, here. Okay. Here. Can you come here? Yes, to be closer. Okay. Hola. Perfect. So, good afternoon again, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also going to be your host for today's session. We are here to celebrate and learn from some of the most innovative social enterprises that have won the acceleration phase from SocialTech4EU for the development of competitiveness in social economy sector through the green and digital transition. About this open call, we have been discussing and showcase the several objectives of SocialTech, but what we want from the SocialTech4EU consortium on this phase was to support DSMEs to uptake innovation and bring their solutions and innovations to the market, analyze and assist social enterprise to access to new financing opportunities. As we comment today, social enterprise cannot be only part of public funding, and what we are doing together today is to showcase that your projects are useful for the markets and are useful for the society, and also to facilitate cooperation with international business partners such as corporates, investors, procurers. So regarding our session, here we have 9 of the 10 best social enterprise from SocialTech4EU project. These companies are ready to launch their groundbreaking projects into the market and scale up, and now they are going to present their projects. Regarding the elevator pitch session, each enterprise will be allowed with 5 minutes to present their projects. The objective is to articulate what your enterprise stands for, demonstrate that your products and service solutions, and outline your strategies for scaling up and internationalize. And concurrently, it is crucial to highlight how your enterprise contributes to the green and digital transitions, and we have pointed out today, and understand its significance. So after your presentations of 5 minutes, some of you, I know that have some little videos, so at the moment that we have your videos load, so at the moment that you need your video, ask us, and Baptiste will switch to your videos. And after your 5 minutes, we will have 3 minutes for questions from the public to discuss a little bit more, and then we continue with the next social enterprise. Of course, finally, I remind you that after the blend course, we will have a drinks networking session. So if you have further questions for the social enterprise, you will have the chance to meet with them and make fruitful connections. So thank you very much, and we start the demo day elevator pitch session with ACTA from Italy. So Elena, the floor is yours.
So good morning and welcome to our presentation. I'm Elena, I represent ACTA, and we are developing Plain Sabioneta together with a tech provider that is Open Lab, a specialized studio in applied video games. Our experimentation starts from this question, if it's possible that video games, or better cultural applied games, and so digital technologies, can support and enhance the production of decisions in public participation processes required by tourist planning for public administrations that are our beneficiaries. As we work in tourist planning for regional, local, national authorities, we want to improve our traditional service that is mainly participatory and co-project processes, but also converging in this case with the mechanics of applied games. So we talked this morning about the cultural value of video games that is confirmed by public policies, but as we want to promote cultural change about, in this case, in our case, impacts and the effects of tourism initiatives in a tourist destination. So the aim of the game is that applied game can facilitate understanding of concept criteria quite complex for informed decision and disseminate awareness about the concept, the need to decouple the actual mechanism of production, consumption of natural collective goods. So the game Playing Sabioneta is nurtured by a parallel local project that we are leading in a UNESCO site of Mantua Sabioneta, where a public participation process is developing now new services for scatter hospitality in the village. Now there is the link to the video, please. Okay, this is a preview of the gaming session. Sabioneta is the perfect example where to test the application of the video game, so the game mechanics to participatory processes, because Sabioneta marks the transition from the feudal to the Renaissance urban model, which is the root of the modern urban development. And the UNESCO site recognizes Sabioneta as it witnesses the exchange of human values for Renaissance culture. And so our game is coherent with the story of the UNESCO site and allowed to play with its cultural heritage. So the basic elements that you will see in this video are, first of all, we will show a map of the utopistic city in the back end. In the map, there are tourist flows represented by people going around the map. On the left side, there are some basic tourism indicators to measure impacts of each choice, because the player can choose a set of initiatives that are there, and that is an action. Initiative is an action to develop tourism and cultural investments. On the top right side, the green and yellow parts show the involved area where the intervention is done. After that, there is this behind-the-scenes session where this is the replay option that shows and ensure understanding of the impacts produced by each initiative. And it enables the players to view the detailed description of the produced impact. Can we skip this part and go please to the next slide? Thank you. In the next slide, you will see the big end, we can say. So at the moment, we have 45 initiatives that are public investments, and their multiplier effect. Each investment is interdependent. So each initiative is interdependent and interconnected with the others, and so produce effects on the others. And we are developing the model to do this, that. And parts of the initiatives are from the process that we are leading in the UNESCO side, and other can be developed in the future. Initiatives have some impacts, and you will see in the slides, and the impacts are divided in the three main categories: people, planet, and prosperity, according to the UNWTO guidelines. And each category has precise indicators, and the indicators are represented by metrics that are simulated. So that is tourist planning sim. Of course, there is a grade from -2 to +2. And of course, it can be played in turns and from different stakeholders in the site. I just add that we are testing and making some monitoring on the market about the effects, and so to pick up some feedback. First of all, in the municipality, together with the mayor and the stakeholders that are available at the moment to collaborate with us, with the university. In the meeting that I cited this morning, and also with the market, in order to understand if the product can be, and we understood that could find the scalability and also replicability. And I stop here. I'm open. Thanks a lot. Yeah. This is a phase just to, don't know, it's a slide just that can be improved about the spin-off products that we would like to improve in the next few months, and the other relations, of course, that we would like to improve to scale up the product. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Elena. So now we have time. We have 2 minutes for questions from the public. I also have some questions for Elena, but if before someone has a question. Okay, so you are free to ask if you are interested, and then you will have also the networking time to connect more with the social enterprise. Regarding the SocialTech4EU consortium, we want to ask you about the scale-up and the internationalization activities that you have developed, because as you know, these Euroclusters have a internationalization component, and in the case of Elena, they went to a fair in London. So if you can get into deeper. Thank you very much.
First of all, about the internationalization, we are developing different actions. First of all, being here today is important, but we also have defined some appointment tomorrow to get in touch with companies in order to present the game, so to present the prototype and also to apply to other calls. That is quite important. Also, the presence of policy officers is here today is very important. As we can imagine how different products can be or services can be more developed. For example, we are looking for other UNESCO sites at the moment. Because starting from this prototype, we can spin off another small video games for addressed to schools and so to children that could learn about the impacts of environmental impacts, but not only of each initiatives. And of course, this is the part we can say from the institution, from the university. So experts, we participate to this international conference of DMOs that are destination management organizations, and to have some feedback, but also to collect data, because this is a simulation at the moment, it's a prototype, but we would like to improve it, also using data. And finally, the market. Yeah, in the market in London, we discovered different platform where to get in touch and to present our new services and to improve the traditional services offered by such platforms, and also of course by our social enterprise.
Okay, thank you very much, Elena. We continue with our second social enterprise. In that case, we have Mamo Prakuk Foundation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joanna Gottfried, and you can hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Joanna Gottfried, and I'm a co-founder of the Mamo Pracuj Foundation. Mamo Pracuj means Mommy Work If You Want To Foundation.
And my name is Paulina Polak, and I am a team leader of social project team in our foundation, and we would like to... sorry. So maybe I will repeat quickly. So my name is Paulina Polak, and I am a leader of social project team in our foundation, and we would like to tell you about our innovative project called Go For It.
Our mission is to equalize opportunities of women, particularly mothers, in the job market, and to advocate for ideas and strategies that facilitate work-life balance. We fulfill 3 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals: gender equality, decent work, and reduced inequalities.
Let me share briefly my personal story. So 7 years ago, I was a mom of 3-year-old boy, and I gave birth to twins. And due to this and the pandemic, my career break lasted 5 years. And returning to work proved to be more challenging than I expected. And 5 years ago, I discovered the mamopracuj.pl portal for moms who want to work. And this platform helped me build a new career and let me become a part of a supportive community of women sharing similar stories. Now I work in Mamo Pracuj, and I help other moms in similar situations.
We know thousands of similar stories such as Paulina's. Poland is a 38 million country, and we estimate that up to 2.3 million women, also including mothers, refugee Ukraine mothers, may need our support in re-entering the job market, and their chances are not equal. Our foundation has been helping moms for 13 years now. We act innovatively. We listen to the voice and needs of women. Our foundation implements reskilling empowerment programs. We support women's entrepreneurship and help them to find a job. The portal is the main source of information for women. Let us show you in numbers to understand the scale, what we do. In 2023, we had almost 1 million of visitors on our webpage. Over 7,500 women participated in our webinars, meetings, and conferences. Nearly 6,000 women applied for our development program, and 3,000 of them were recruited to these programs and took part in more deep and more detailed individual support. As you can see, the needs are huge, and we want to support all women.
To make it in the best way, we did a detailed study which gave us clear information what we should do. We had an online survey and 2 rounds of in-depth interviews. The aim of the project is to better support mothers by building the innovative mamopracuj.pl portal. For us, technology is a tool to achieve the goal and the social impact. Our digital transformation consists of various elements, and now I would like to ask for video. Exactly this one. Please look at our brand new portal. The work is in progress, but the biggest steps are behind us. So what we have already done. First of all, we completely redesigned architectural information to make the use of the portal intuitive and simple. We developed the new search engine, which will offer a more user-friendly experience, placing human needs in the center. Yeah, this is the search engine. We applied a mobile-first approach, and we are implementing WCAG 2.2 standards for better accessibility for all users. The project also includes the implementation of a modern content management system to integrate data, increase security, and make the system compatible with new tools, including artificial intelligence in the future. Last but not least, these changes are also expected to reduce the portal's carbon footprint through faster loading times and more efficient user interactions. And it's all designed based on needs of our target group.
We can switch to the presentation.
We can switch to the presentation, thank you. And thanks to the Thanks to the redevelopment of our portal, we expect that we will be able to reach 1.5 million users within a year.
Let's summarize. Our project promises great impact on women's economics and social status in Poland. We will have a tool to increase awareness among employers and build trust, which contributes to a larger and more effective scale of our activities. And thank you very much for choosing Mamo Pracuj Foundation to be the part of the SocialTech4EU project. Thanks to your support, we can become more digital also in the future, and we can have bigger social impact. When you wish to scan this QR code, it's some part of our old portal in English, so you can learn more what we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now is the moment if we have some questions from the public. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I saw that it was indicated it's in English also, so do you plan to extend to other markets than Poland?
The portal Okay. We will have like a 1 or 2 page in English just to give an idea what we do. But due to, for example, different law regulations in different countries, and most of our work is based on community engagement, at this moment we don't plan to international expansion. Maybe we will think of a franchise model in the future.
I don't know if we have more questions, but okay. So I have a last question for you, Joanna and Paulina. We discussed about the big challenge of migrate all the data from your old platform. So how is supposed this challenge for you, and also how SocialTech helps you to address this main challenge?
The old portal, the old version of the portal consists over 4,000 different articles, suggestions, inspirations, etc. So really it was a big challenge to migrate it. And before we were chosen to this third stage of the SocialTech4EU, we decided that we are going to change our technological partner. So we did a very deep research to choose the best company, development software company that will help us, that will support us, and that will guarantee a good service. And as far as it goes now, everything goes without any problems.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We continue with our Turkish Award Social Enterprise. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. We have here Needs Map.
I think we're waiting for the presentation. Or? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's more professional. Okay. So hello everyone. This is Evren from NeedsMap. I've been acting as the executive director of NeedsMap Social Cooperative for the last 3 years. I used to be the volunteer of NeedsMap, so I will be very briefly explaining what I'll be doing right now in Turkey, in Ukraine, in Morocco, in Europe and the other parts of the world, and how the social tech helped us to improve one of our projects, and also dissemination of all our projects when it comes to social impact communication. So NeedsMap is a social cooperative actually, and it is a technological platform in which we are trying to match the people who are in need of any kind of material or service with the ones or institutions who can support them. So the main idea is like matching the needs and the supporters. But like in due course, like it's been 8 years that we're operational, we managed to have right now more than 17 thematic maps to be able to focus on more local or more thematic problems. Like you will see in a minute, like a disaster map, like poverty map, homelessness map, and etc. So as you can understand, we're using geospatial technology by community-based verification functions to be able to tackle with poverty, the neglection of local economy through centralized humanitarian assistance mechanisms, conventional ones, and also we have an aim to solve the coordination problem when it comes to humanitarian response for all local, national and international organizations, if you like. So why mapping? Why geographic information system is important for us? Because we think it's a method used for like better decision making, more localized, and like we believe, I'm a political scientist, not an IT guy, we have a huge IT team, but we believe that like all social problems is local, so that's why our technology makes everything local, and it is open to include all local institutions there. That's what we did in Ukraine, for example, with the funding of EBRD. We managed to have a map for Ukrainian NGOs who are working for the Ukrainian people who suffered from the war, and we created dashboards for them for their better volunteer management, better assess management, better warehouse management when it comes to that. So our business model is very fastly we have 4 revenue streams, quote unquote, with the conventional language. So we are eligible for donations, some targeted donations. We have huge CSR projects with I don't know, you name it, varying from Unilever to other big banks in Turkey. We are now working on a project in London. The third one is, as you can imagine, international organizations like EU, like World Bank, EBRD, Fondation de France lately after the biggest earthquake that we had last year back in Turkey. And of course, as I said, we became kind of using social map as a service. So we are creating thematic maps, and we are creating funds or some financial resources with our partners to be able to create that social maps with the local NGOs. So some products, as you can see, disaster response map we have, it is operational in Morocco and Turkey right now, hopefully very soon in Latin America. We have arts map with the Dutch consulate and Dutch and Turkish theater and cinema SMEs are in it, cooperating with it. One home is just we created in a week after the earthquake to be able to find proper shelter to the people who lost their homes. Homelessness map is as you can see, it helps a local NGO in Istanbul and hopefully a local NGO in London very soon to reach and to track the life cycle management of the homeless people in that particular city. A deep poverty network map is to track the poverty social assistance mechanisms of the municipality and the local NGOs within Istanbul. We have 12 more than, but here are some cases. So as you can see, the market potential is obvious. I will just get through it. Maybe we can go back in the questions. So what we got from social tech is really important. Our team had a chance to have a training based on the data governance, social impact measurement, and communication of impact. And then in the second phase, in innovation phase, we picked one of the products, social marketplace, which is the green one, because with social marketplace, imagine I don't have to buy something from London to send to Manchester to help some people. I can buy it from a local shop in Manchester. So helping local communities and also at the same time zero carbon emission while you're transferring the goods. So we worked on it in the innovation phase, how to improve it, and we came up with an idea in the acceleration phase that we have to disseminate it in a better way to be able to have a bigger ground. So we came up with an idea that digital platform for results-oriented monitoring, it will be not only including social marketplace, but also all projects, more than 100 projects that NeedsMap conducting. The last slide is the vision. We have an office, thankfully, right now in Brussels, right now in London. We are planning to have very soon in Italy, the headquarters in Turkey. And right now, the last numbers are we operated, because of the earthquake, more than $12 million last year as a kind of a gross income, and we managed to distribute more than $50 million through NeedsMap technology. We have 120,000 members registered in the NeedsMap channels, and our aim is to make this social impact global in a very close future. Thank you for listening.
So, do we have questions for Ibren?
Yes.
Congratulations. I have heard about NeedsMap first time in 2021 when you were awarded the Social Economy, Europe Social Economy Award. So, and I was fascinated by your project. I even played on the map and was impressed to discover that, okay, I can say there I am in a certain region of Istanbul and I need diapers for my kids, and I can place that need there, and that someone, a person or a company can go and, okay, I will solve this need. And I was really impressed by this model. Indeed, I think it can be franchised or replicated, especially in countries where there is high poverty. But I think even in developed countries, you need this tool. So it's really great. I was wondering about if it is used, if people in need really use it, if they can, and how many people use it, if it's accessible for them, the technology, and what other insights in this matter.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very valid question. Actually, like, our competitive edge is not technology. Technology means nothing. What we do is we add human component, human touch by integrating local NGOs, local communities, local teachers, headmasters, if you like, city council members. So we are, like, how can I, facilitating that technology process with some mediator. But for a person who has a phone with internet, our forms are very easy to fill with photos and everything. So it is not a very long process to be able to integrate it in the map. So it's 120,000 member integrated right in the map. And the other thing is, I totally agree, like the last numbers, I guess, by the Commission, or I don't remember which international organization, even in London, children poverty is more than 20% right now. I'm not talking of, all the statistics in the UK is London and rest of the UK, but like even in London, we're talking about 20%, like 1 out of 5 children is like stigmatized because of their school uniform. They are not very well fed. So that's why, like, someone says that, why are you in Brussels, in London? Because it is easier to reach funding opportunities, but also in Europe we have very serious problems which we thought of like underdeveloped countries. So that's why we are trying to be operational everywhere. So maybe I forgot to say, we had an operation in Morocco. After the earthquake, we had an operation in Ethiopia with Save the Children for their own operation right now in Ukraine. Hopefully we will be operational soon in some other countries.
Great. How many users have accessed the platform? How many matches have been fulfilled?
Yeah, that's my bad that I missed that slide in this presentation, if you like. As far as I know, till now it's more than 1.2 million items were transferred, but it's been 8-9 years right now. And the members are 120,000, and it changes. Like, maybe we can talk later, especially what we had last year. So the earthquake, the biggest disaster in the Republican history. We have lost like more than 70,000 people, 100,000 buildings collapsed, 11 cities' economy has collapsed, all the agricultural center of Turkey has collapsed. That in that particular 2-3 months, we got maybe millions through a WhatsApp chatbot, which we integrated in the web, but I can be more elaborative later on that. I can be quick.
Maybe 10 seconds.
No, I just wanted to ask, beside the monitoring and evaluation methodologies, if you have also an impact measurement methodology in place.
Actually, we're working with some professors from the University of Izmir. They have a methodology to how to count at some particular item and some particular service, because we are giving, like, for one rent and one nest project, we helped more than 30,000 families. It is easy because it's rent, but they are still trying to calculate that the other indirect social impact. That's why it's very much helpful for us to have this online and interactive the social impact dashboards, thanks to the SocialTech4EU.
Thank you very much for the presentation and answering the questions. That is what we want, to foster the dialogue and collaboration. So we continue with the 4 social enterprise. In that case, we have the Spanish award social enterprise. We have with us Eclecte Cooperativa. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the SocialTech4EU for choosing our initiative, because we can see that all the projects are amazing. So, well, my name is Batiste Vidal from Eclecte, and I'm going to present you RECA. It's an automated energy retrofitting platform. So, we are Eclecte, a 3-year-old energy service cooperative based in Valencia, Spain. And our core service include photovoltaic self-consumption services, retrofitting management and energy efficiency services, architectural services, and also urban building energy modeling software. Our approach includes high quality in recruitment, collaboration with young entrepreneurs, projects led by women in STEM and male-dominated sectors, open and voluntary participation and cooperation with social economy entities. And also in 2023, we are recognized as the best triple impact cooperative in Valencia. Well, time to enhance our digitalization with the SocialTech4EU. So, to tackle the challenge in the energy sector, we have focused on to upscaling our team in various courses, like drone courses for facility inspection, energy retrofitting management, energy community management, web application for EOT, and also electrical vehicles. The impact of these training courses has been significant, gaining a competitive advantages, upgrading knowledge in strategic areas, and also developing our own software. For the innovation phase, our goal was to unify all the core services into one energy platform, divided in an electric demand flexibility, independent aggregation, and retrofitting management. So, for our feasibility study, conducted by the Institute of Energy Technology, EIT, planned the Eclecte SaaS platform for energy management. And here is the roadmap for developing our platform. So, for this year, we have started with the energy retrofitting modules. In 2025, we will continue with the development of the energy community management, and in 2026, we will complete the development with the aggregation and demand flexibility modules. So for the acceleration phase, we have chosen the energy retrofitting module. So, retrofitting in Spain. In Spain, we need to retrofit 1.2 million buildings by 2033, and the main barriers are poor cost control, ambiguous execution time, lack of construction professionals, especially on rural areas, difficulty in accessing financing, and fragmented sector with many stakeholders. So, what is our solution? RECA, our digital platform, streamline processes for homeowners and providers, define timelines and costs, and also we make a provider comparison for selecting the best option for the final client. So how does it work? We have like 3 main portals. The household portal, where homeowners register and submit their retrofitting request. The professional portal, providers sync up and bid on the projects. And also the admin and engineering portal. So we, Eclecte, manage all the phases to ensure the quality and adherence to the standards for the projects. So this is the roadmap that we are doing with the acceleration phase. So we sign the contract with our tech provider, Disaway, another young company. We start with the IT development on April. We continue in May with the first beta version and conduct also the first beta testing with the stakeholders to have feedback. And also we start in June the communication campaign, so with my colleague Edu that goes to the radio to show or new project. And also in June we have developed the second beta test. So we are here right now. We are in the Brussels presentation, but it's not the end of the project. So we have only 2 weeks to finish the project. So the idea is to launch the platform at the middle of July. So let's see the platform. Here you can see like a project for the householder. So they have like a chronogram with all the phases from the diagnosis phases to the execution phase. Also the householder has like a message area to talk with us in an easy way. Also a space to share the documents and have the idea is to have everything in the same space and not have plenty of emails and stuff that are not organized. And we also have like the most important part, and sometimes the payments part, to have it all clear. And also a statistical part to know that your house now is better than before, and also that pedagogic work also. And also, of course, the financial part. So we have like a part for share the bank's options and also the public fundings. And in the part for the professional, we will have like the licitaciones, like where the professionals can bid to public procurement. Thank you, Alvaro. And so in that case, they can opt to make the job that are near to her area, and also that make the main services that they done. And also they can make a bid, and also they can also see the payments, also the messages and the documents. So the main keys of our platform: holistic integration of stakeholders, sustainable materials and practices, local providers, empowerment, preservation of our traditional architecture, energy poverty mitigation, and also the rural integration. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, do we have some questions? I have one, but we have to go fast because we are run out of time. Okay, well, first of all, I have to congratulate you because of the training phase, because I remember the first time that Eduardo contacted me because of the training, and I think that you are the social enterprise that more training course you have implemented with the same money. And congrats for the practicity and also for the interest. So regarding your plans, what are your plans for scaling up your solutions? We saw you in the media, radio in Valencia, but what are the next steps after SocialTech4EU? Thank you.
Yeah, we have started to talk with the authorities and local authorities to share our project. And also with the beta testing with the stakeholders, we start also the idea is to know our clients better and how to reach them. So that's the idea that we are now implementing.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. In that moment, I don't know, we have Antonio here. Maybe we can take a picture with the 4 participants here if we stand up, and then we switch with the second round of participants. Okay, so if you want to stand up, we can make a picture. Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we switch to first of all Grupo Arco. Sara. Secondly, we have Mediti. Welcome. Luca. Yeah, maybe here. Yep. Then we have Star Centrum from Sweden. Mia? Okay. Luca, Mia. And then in my right we will have Hannes from Archer Budget. And finally we will have Alexandro from Eserci. Okay, perfect. So we continue with this second round of presentations of the elevator.
Thank you, Alvaro. Good afternoon. My name is Sarabin, and I'm pleased to be here today to represent Gruppo Arco, a social enterprise based in Turin and aim at assessing and treating pathological disorders. The idea behind the project is to use artificial intelligence and VR, virtual reality tools in treating cocaine addiction, implementing within our outpatient psychotherapy service called LENAD. This initiative leverages the digital innovation by adopting new digital and green business models. The rise in addiction rates and the persistent relapse rate underscore the shortcomings of traditional treatment approaches. The absence of specific pharmacological treatments for this specific target group intensifies the difficulty of in accessing effective care. As the therapeutic landscape evolves, it is crucial for us to also innovate proactively, enhancing service quality and treatment, improving treatment efficacy. This alarming trend needs a new and effective solution. Therefore, we have developed, thanks to our provider VR4Care, a new approach to addiction care that is personalized, effective, and accessible. It consists of two main tools. On one end, we have Altea, which is a real-time web-based 3D conversational avatar coupled with artificial intelligence, and on the other end there is Dream, a multisensory immersive exposure experience. Altea has been customized during this phase and programmed with a tailored conversational tree for the target group. Its aim is to ensure follow-up and home care traditional. In fact, she is available 24/7. It provides immediate responses and support the patient in managing cravings and preventing relapses. Dream is an immersive and interactive experience where patients, guided by the therapist during the session, are exposed to an environment that stimulates the risky situation. It measures the intensity of cravings, trains the ability of the patient to delay the substance use, and identifies valid alternatives to the compulsive behavior. As you are aware, the acceleration phase is still going on, but we have a preview of two outputs. I would ask you, please, to... Okay, this is the demo version of Altea.
La tua assistente virtuale sarà al tuo fianco tutte le volte in cui avrai bisogno di me per comprendere come ti senti e per aiutarti quando sarai in un momento di difficoltà.
Both
Ti aiuterà a monitorare il tuo percorso per uscire dalla dipendenza e a gestire insieme il craving e altre situazioni difficili. Quando si sta molto male si pensa di non avere le forze per reagire e si vede tutto nero.
Yeah, so that I explain, because it's important that the sound, but it's in Italian because our target is only Italian language. So at this moment we have developed this solution in Italian, but who never knows. So in this video, Altea is introducing herself and talking with the patient, saying that she's her assistant during this journey, and she's explaining how difficult it is to start this journey, and that she's even if sometimes everything seems dark, there are strategies to managing this moment. And if you sorry. Okay.
Il nostro modo di vedere le cose ed è un po' come guardare attraverso un vetro scuro. Sembra più buio. E davvero tutto così buio?
Now she's asking if it's everything is so dark, and then when the patient answers, the conversation starts, and it keep going, following the conversational tree that the therapists have developed. If we go, yeah, thank you. No, we just go back because running late. The other output is the website we are developing to foster the communication and the marketing campaign. I don't know. How can I press it? Okay. Well, it's this. Okay. Implementing so about the outcomes and impact. Implementing this tool is expected to yield significant outcomes, including shorter treatment duration, improved relapse control, and improved social and relational environments for the individuals. At the community level, this should lead to general improved quality of life, reduced public spending, and also enhance home care pathway. Finally, in the near future, we plan to scale the project to reach more individuals, refining a solution through a long-term monitoring. This will lead to a refinement of the technology and to new collaborative research in order to adapt and evaluate this model. Thank you for the great opportunity, and feel free to contact me for any further information and if you have questions.
Grazie mille, Sara. We are run off of time and we have a little bit of delay. I don't know if there is any questions. Okay, so in that case, 30 seconds. What suppose for ARCO, SocialTech4EU?
ARCO was for sure a great, SocialTech was a great opportunity for us, and it was the chance for us to develop this solution that is really innovative in the therapeutical landscape, and it fosters our innovation inside a world that is hard to reach, and how to develop in this technological way. Thank you.
So let's move on to another Italian award social enterprise. We have here Meriti in Famiglia, better known as Welcome in English. So Luca, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Luca Burinato, Head of Fundraising of Welcomed. Today I will present you Mindy Map. Welcomed is a social enterprise running 3 multi-specialty centers in Milan, providing medical, rehabilitation and psychological services at affordable rates, and for free for vulnerable people who are forced to give up treatments because of the long waiting list of the public services. In Italy, we see many families with children do not find answer from the national health system, especially in the mental health area. Actually, it's a big issue in all Europe. We have almost 12,000 minors suffering from mental health disorders. Apart from the long waiting list, just for evaluation, it could vary from 1 to 2 years. Informations from family, for people, are fragmented in many places, many platforms, confused, often addressing people to health facilities to ask for more information. But the thing is, it's very hard to contact health facilities, especially neuropsychiatry child unit that are in charge for children with mental health problems, even for general information. And this is because inefficiencies, lack of resources, and outdated tools. The solution is a mobile application available for free in 5 languages, because we have a lot of migrant people in Italy, and it's a place, unique place, where people can find information about disorders, about symptoms, procedures, how to do in specific cases, and of course find all health facilities in the city of Milan and contact them. And in the other hand, of course, help neuropsychiatry unit to their daily job. I will go fast, because then there is a short video, and then Alvaro will give me a red card. So the first page is the login, so we have to register, and then the home page where people can find main CTA, and also a search bar to navigate into disorders related to the map, where to find the specific center for that disorder. The profile is with all personal information, and parents can add 1 or more children related to them. It will be the associated neuropsychiatry child unit, because even this information is hard to find for people. This is the main section with all information about disorder and symptoms, and we will have also audio tracks with description for people that can't read. The map is designed with a filter, and also with all contacts for every health facility. Then a FAQ area to go more deeply into contents, but also to know more about vocabulary for specific disorders. The last section is after the family doctor prescription, people can directly communicate with the child neuropsychiatry unit and send a request by uploading documents, so a direct contact. We want a scalable and efficient solution, but also inclusive. So I already mentioned the audio tracks, but also inclusive pictures, the use of the right text size, colors, etc. The market size is 80,000 users in the city and the neighborhood of Milan. So the main beneficiaries are parents and families and health operators, but also other key actors involved in the minors' path life, so teachers, educators, social workers. We are in time. I mean, we are finishing the developing phase, and we will be able to publish the application by the middle of July. And this thanks to the support of SocialTech4EU program. And then we will raise funds to cover all costs of publishing, maintenance, and support of the app. And this, together with the cooperation with the municipality of Milan and the Lombardy region, just to keep the data updated. The social impact is, of course, the increase of the quality of life of minors that suffer from mental disorders and their families, and this thanks to 2 outcomes chains. One is the increase of the efficiency of neuropsychiatry unit, so to allow them to take in charge a larger number of children in time. And on the other hand, the increase of the access of health facility from families, but also the awareness on mental health area of parents, but also the other key actors that I mentioned before. Please, if you can launch the video.
Okay, so we don't have time, but just 10 seconds. Luca, I remember when we discussed about the name design in order to internationalize in a future, which are your next steps for scale up your solution?
Yes, at the end we choose Mindy Map because Mindy was already taken. This is the first name. Then we foresee maybe Mindy Milan, etc. But we discussed with Alvaro better to have a more international name. So the thing is, the health sector is very hard to scale up like this immediately. But the thing is, we have already 5 languages, and we thought that the application could be scaled with the collaboration with other actors in Europe. Other languages are easily added. So the part related to the map and of course the contact with the health facility must be changed. But we think that it's a good solution also because of the problem in all Europe we have.
Grazie mille, Luca. So we travel to Sweden. Now we have Star Centrum Social Impact Economic Association. The floor is yours, Mia.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say thank you for letting us be a part of this impressive group of social companies and enterprises. Start Centrum Social Impact is working on developing the entrepreneurial society, and I think I share that passion with many of us in this room. And we know that there are many challenges around us in the world. That is not a secret, but we also know that the solution for this is people behind it that are creative and that are oriented with solutions. And we know that behind every good solution, there are one person who is entrepreneurial. And we want to do our part in the society to encourage entrepreneurship among young people. So with this as a ground with the Entrecomp from EU and all of these skills, we want to encourage young people to take their ideas and to do something with it. So we created the Entrepreneurship Challenge. This is a a workshop that we have been working with for many years. But a couple of years ago, we got the request of, can we spread this to all of the schools in Sweden? So we say, yes, of course, we want to do that. And the thing that we have been doing now in this project is to actually take the next step and to make it more efficient and a better way to scale it up for all of the schools in Sweden. So what you do, it's not pretty advanced. It's that you test, you practice, and you compete in entrepreneurship. And the age for the students is between 13 and 15. And we saw a gap in Sweden. We are working some part with entrepreneurial learning in school. But we saw, and actually the government saw, there's a gap in this age. Can you help us with that? So we created E-Campen, or Entrepreneurship Challenge. So for 2 days in school, we want them to run a business. And why do we want them to do that? Well, of course, we want them to develop their entrepreneurial skills, and we also want them to have business skills. We've been talking a lot about that today. How can we earning money? How can we do good in society? How can we solve problems that not maybe one person can solve, but how can we do it together? And this is something that we want to continue. We want to start early, not in my age to practice this. We want the kids to practice with the SDG as a ground to actually solve problems. The refrigerator, I will come back to if I have time. The effects of entrepreneurial learning in school, many of you already know this. This is higher motivation. You can look at the research about this. More students are achieving their goals, so it's not just in the future, it's also here and now. You can see effects of entrepreneurial learning in school, but also that they get tools for running a business. I don't know in your countries, but in Sweden at least, we have the tradition of career counselors. They're talking much about studying or getting employed. Running their own business, that is not really traditional in Sweden. So this is something that we want to give them tools for. So we created this website, and actually it's not so advanced, but we said that our goal is in 5 years we want to reach 20,000 students in that age in Sweden. Our challenges with the first version that we had with this website for this tool for teachers was that we needed it to be more stable. We needed it to be more user friendly and easier to administrate for us and get more data out of it, and also be a reliable source of statistics. So we started with our first provider that we actually met in Munich at your event, and we actually said, how can we take this journey of make it easy and fun in school for teachers who have never worked with entrepreneurial learning before, and make it a part of the school day. So we looked at we are pros and looked at entrepreneurial learning, but we took the digital glasses on and say, okay, what can we improve with digital tools? So I'm not going to get in all of the details, but this is the thing that we wanted to do to get the teachers to fulfill and to actually take it into the classroom. So we created the basic line in these 2 days is 10 steps that the teachers take the students through, and each of these steps have videos, they have workshops, they have tools for the teachers to make it as easy as possible to take it into the classroom. We have a test group who got to deliver some points for the registration process and for the overall impression, and we got really good results. So the things that we wanted to do in this program, we achieved, but there are many more things that we would like to do, combining entrepreneurial learning and school, of course. So, but we are launching for the new year, now when we have new students after school, and we are really looking forward to it. And the future, we see that this is something that is needed in many countries in Europe, to be working with entrepreneurial learning in an early age. So we see that it's quite easy to take the tool and to translate it into other countries as well. So thank you so much for us. No video, sorry. But I have a dance. No.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Mia, for your presentation and for being on time. Do we have questions from the public? Okay, so in that case, I want to ask you about the internationalization part, as we discussed during the individual meetings, that you have synergies with other Nordic countries, if you can explain better.
Well, we're part of some other EU projects that we're running with youth entrepreneurship, and we see that there are some difference in also the Scandinavian, but also in the Baltic countries that we're working a lot with. But we see that in school, where they have come differently far of developing entrepreneurial tools in school, but I think it could be implemented. Many of them, in many countries, they are already working with some other tools. So I think that this one is also something that they could implement, I think.
Okay, so thank you very much again, Mia. And we continue in Sweden with our other Swedish our social enterprise. In that case, we have Attendees Economist Forening. I don't know if I pronounce well, Hannes, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, hello. I am Hannes. I represent Återbygget, which is a service provider in the field of circular construction. And we're based in Sweden. We're active in the Mälaren lake region. So the construction industry is one of the most resource-intensive industries. It uses around 40% of worldwide material resources by mass, 40% of final energy use, and produces around 1/3 of the total anthropogenic CO2 emissions. In addition, it's also responsible for a considerable amount of construction and demolition waste, generating up to 30% of the EU's waste stream. But the negative environmental effect of the construction sector can be mitigated by a switch from the linear model, as we see here, to a circular model. And at Återbygget, we strive to make this shift in the construction sector happen. We offer a full-service solution for the reuse of construction materials, from consulting, research, and education in the field of circular building, to hands-on services such as taking inventory, deconstruction, and so on. But we do have some issues of our own. Say what you will of the linear model, at least it's straightforward. You buy material, you use the material, and then you throw it away. It's simple. The circular model, on the other hand, poses some additional logistical challenges. Deconstructed material needs to be made visible and available again to potential buyers who are used to ordering everything in new bulk. The material needs to be stored for an indeterminate amount of time, which means sometimes it will spend months or even years in a warehouse. And I'm going to give a very brief, simplified example of what we do in practice. So first, it usually starts with a consultation about reuse. Then we take inventory of the building. We're at the facility taking inventory in a digital platform called Palats, which is a third-party app developed in Sweden. And it's a cornerstone of our digital infrastructure. Then the materials are deconstructed by us and shipped to our combined warehouse and store, where they are cleaned, refurbished if needed, priced, and then made available again to buyers. And after being sold, they are shipped to the new user. But we do have some gaps in our digital systems. We have, as I said, Palats in place, but Palats has some issues. For lack of better options, we have been trying to use Palats to cover all our needs, which has come with some significant drawbacks. And they are, Palats is great for taking inventory, as I said, and we love it for that. That's what it's designed to do. But it does not have any APIs, so it's not possible to transfer data from or to Palats, for example, to Settle, which is our in-store point of sale systems. It does have a web shop, but it was never intended to be used in tandem with a physical store like ours. And since there is no information transfer, whenever a sale happens in the physical store or in the web shop, it leads to a lot of manual data entry, which comes with the risk of human error, and this has led to some issues for us. So how do we keep the good parts of Palats and combine them with other tools that meet our needs? This has been the focus of Call 2 and Call 3 for us. So our first step was to develop a data extraction tool to be able to get our product information out of Palats. And a prototype of this tool was built and integrated with our point of sale system during the innovation call, and is now being integrated with the warehouse management system, which is RapTool, another Swedish-based development system. It's a flexible module-based warehouse management system in this case. And finally, an e-commerce platform that is under our control so that we may adapt it to meet the needs of our clients and customers. In our case, the base for this is WooCommerce, and it's developed by Svart Adam, a technical provider. It's an open source WordPress plugin that fits our website and our other digital systems. And these three parts will be fully integrated with each other, using Palats only as this initial source of information, allowing for automated tasks and automatic updates of vital information such as stock balance and price. You see, I'm running a little bit late, but I'm... Yes. As it stands, Autobygget is in a prime position to have an impact and help facilitate the twin transition in our region, but we must first transition a little bit ourselves. Thank you for listening.
So, do we have any questions? Okay, so in that case, as we are now 1 minute late, I want to ask you, Hannes, what was the impact, or what suppose for Attendees the chance to have the opportunity of develop a feasibility study during the innovation phase to better understanding how Palats could contribute with this fix to improve your solution?
Yes. So the innovation phase was really crucial for us to identify our needs, our most pressing digital needs, and we identified that we have actually been in talks with Palats to see if they can solve these issues for us, and we feel that they are not able or willing at the moment to do that. So, and even if they, sorry, I'm not exactly sure what the question was.
No, the question was about first to make this investigation and to figure out first, and then decide your solution. So there was an impact for your organization, because I know that.
Yes, absolutely. So we had even more ambitious plans during the feasibility study phase, which we realized that for part of it was unnecessary because a solution is coming, I think, or hope, regarding digital passports for products, and for other parts of it, it was not really feasible to finish in time, in the allotted time. But the innovation phase, the feasibility study was really crucial to identify our needs, absolutely. So there was a significant impact.
Okay, so thank you very much, Hannes. Let's move on into the last social enterprise award in the acceleration phase. In that case, we move on again to Italy. We have EESC with Alessandro. The floor is yours.
And Simone. Hi. Okay. Hi. We are Alessandro and Simone. We are from SRC Cooperative from Turin. Our organization was born in 1986. Today we are more than 200 operators, that including social workers and technical profiles of different nature. The organization provides more than 60 services that divided in two types, personal services and productive services. We support people in their path of autonomy and independence. We believe in the value of difference and inclusive spaces. Today we'll present you Orto da Sporto. That is a project linked to our agri-food chain and the ability of social agriculture to create a job inclusion.
Yes, I think that for not Italian speaking, we can translate Orto da Sporto in something like the takeaway farm, maybe. The context in which the project is born is the open-air district market, that in Italy is very, very important, and it is something like the agora of the ancient Greece, because it is not only a place to buy food, but it is also a place where you meet friends and you have a cultural and social exchange. It is very important in our local economy in Turin, because we have 33 markets and up to 4,000 counters. Orto da Sporto is first of all a project of job inclusion, where we want to build an e-counter. We put the word E in front, the letter E in front of the word counter, because we want to make a mix within the old open-air market counter and a new e-commerce platform. And we are going so to build a physical structure that must be inclusive and accessible for people with disabilities or some difficulties. And we want to provide different services not so common in open-air market. In fact, we think that this is an innovative project because we do job inclusion in open-air market, and it is not so common, because we bring people with disabilities to the open-air market as customers, but also as workers, and because we want to offer not usual extra services. Here you can see some of our colleagues at work, and in the lower photos they are constructing the structure of our counter. This is also a digital project, because we want to provide more services like pick and go services, especially maybe for old people that need and help to bring the food home. We have the online order platform. We will perform the delivery, and we will have a huge campaign of storytelling in order to explain our project to our customers. It is also a green project because we do organic farming, and the product that we are going to sell are our product produced in our farm. They are kilometer zero products, and they are delivered by cargo bikes. Then this is the budget. As you can see, the Orto da Sporto was founded in part by the third phase of SocialTech, but it is a bigger project. We think that is highly scalable, and that can have a big commercial impact, and we think that other organizations can collaborate with us or maybe implement something similar to this project. Then you can see the roadmap. We will go beyond the date of the 15th of July. And at the moment we are building the prototype, and we start the training of one person that arrived from social services. And then we have for all the project the communication plan. So this is the project team. We have farm worker, we have agronomists, educators. There's Simone that is the project coordinator. And these are some of the enterprise with which we collaborate. So thank you for your time.
Grazie mille, Alessandro e Simone. Regarding questions, to finish, do we have any questions from the public? Okay, so my last question, and then we will have Willing, and we are looking forward for the coffee break. Do we have? Yeah.
It's a question not to the individual cases, but almost for every case that you mentioned, I could imagine, or I know, a similar social enterprise doing more or less the same across the EU. Did the project focus also on inspiring or getting inspiration from other projects and bring also them into relation? Because you, for example, the last case, I think the Open Food Network would be super relevant for you to check for collaboration. For the previous one, Rotor DC here in Brussels, you probably know might be interesting for you, because that is in the end the real added value if multiple companies can benefit from a similar approach or a joint development, etc. So I wanted to know if this is considered yet or will be. Thank you.
I thought that was for you the question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So my question for him was in the same line, as they are developing this project in Italy, but in only one region,
yes, for the moment only in our region, in Turin, and maybe in some other cities near Turin. But we obviously it can be adapted to other contexts and other countries. So for this it was very useful for us, and maybe it's a little piece of answer to the question, the hackathon in Munich, because it helped us to meet other people and other experiences, and we arrive with some questions. We go away with more questions, but it helps us to define the project ideas.
Thank you very much. And yes, to wrap up also with reflection, and we discussed with some of the other social enterprise during the individual meetings. For example, I think with Luca, we discussed that they prepared the platform for the Italian market, but they also use a little budget in order to make the translation to be allowed to be able in Arabic, in Spanish, French, and of course in Italian. And just to finish with the takeaway of Carol, what we have here is one of the best social enterprise of the acceleration phase, but of course we know that there is a lot of networks and a lot of social enterprise that they are doing things well in Europe. And what we want to do here, and also take the experience of the hackathon in Munich, is to exchange and to see if there is possibilities in order to collaborate and boost your initiatives. Some of these initiatives are very related with working integrations, workers. And here, for example, one partner of SocialTech4EU is ENSIE, the European network of working integration. So let's take the advantage of this meeting and of this time, and after the blend course and after the coffee break, of course, have the possibility to check if there is another possibilities. Of course, and just to finish, we also share the contacts from all the social enterprise between each others, because they request us. So they are also willing to make these connections. And that's all. Thank you very much for your time. And with this, we end the demo day, the pitch demonstrations. And just to finish, we stand up and we make the final picture. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. And you come also, the consortium. I request the other social enterprise to come and also the SocialTech4EU consortium partners, please. Family picture.
Time for the last coffee break. Okay, sorry again for having put an end to your wonderful coffee break. I see that there is a lot of desire to exchange, to pursue discussions, to maybe also have informal talks all together. It's still possible after the event, so don't keep a little bit of discussion topics for you for after, because we will have the possibility to share a drink and even to share a meal during the dinner. We decided to make slight changes in the agenda. We will already provide the conclusive words from Deborah Greco, our consortium leader, and from Professor Mario Calderini before the blending learning course, because we want to have as much time as possible for this last session. And I already give the floor to Deborah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baptiste. Thank you, all of you, to stay until the day of the day. It was a great day. I mean, we merged and noticed a lot of important things and a topic. We talk about cohesion, we talk about the importance of the local development, and we start focus on the importance of the local government and the national legislation. We heard the startups with a very important and innovative ideas and the product. So great job, well done all these 2 years, and well job to our partners. And so I say thank you, and I leave the floor to Professor Mario Calderini for the important closing.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Baptiste. And yeah, sorry for being here again. I will keep it short, because after that we will have a very important learning session, which deserves all the time that is needed. So thank you. So first of all, congratulations, because I had a sense that this project went very far ahead. But at the end of this day, I have been able to listen to, let's say, 70% of the presentation, of especially this afternoon. And I do think that it is the better display of the opportunities that social economy can offer through the clusters that was possibly conceivable. So really, congratulations. And it was a very important thing, because, of course, social economy, the awareness of the importance of the social economy is exponentially raising in the European Commission, but still, if we look at the absolute role that it is playing, it is still very too little. I think that what we'll see in the next future is social economy and the cluster logic entering the arena of industrial policy of the Commission. Of course, it will depend on many factors, including which commissioners we will be able to count on. But in general, I think that now the path is quite clear, and of course we need legitimation through prototyping, and I consider this effort a wonderful prototype. So really, congratulations to the ones who managed this project and the ones that interpreted the spirit of social entrepreneurship. Talking about social entrepreneurship, I think that what we're asking for now is maturity, and we're asking maturity to the policymaker, of course. But maybe we should interrogate ourselves also about our maturity, the maturity of the sector. I think that social innovation, I use the term as an umbrella concept, social innovation has delivered wonderful solutions historically, and more it is doing so. But we have a more important goal, and the more important goal is achieving structuration. And to be honest with ourselves, we often happen to see wonderful social entrepreneurship initiatives, startups, which are able to offer incredibly smart solutions. But then the target is scale it up, achieve critical mass, and being able to offer a structural alternative to the part of the traditional economy which we don't like, or which is not feasible in a world that is dramatically changing. And under this respect, when I look myself in the mirror, I think that social innovation and social entrepreneurship until now has under-delivered, has not kept the promises. Because again, if I look in the last 20 years, I see an amazing number of local solutions, an amazing number of incredibly smart solutions that are much better than the one provided by the traditional economic system. But then we need, if we really want to improve people's standards of living, we have an imperative to deliver scalable solution. So scalability is not a generic evaluation criterion. Is an imperative for social entrepreneurship. So in 1 or 2 years' time, I would be very disappointed to see that these wonderful startups that have been presented, 2 or 3 of them with high opportunity to scale up, not scaling up. And structuration of the social economy is not only scaling up the protagonist, the single enterprises, but is also providing infrastructure, market infrastructure, that are usable and are suitable to promote the social economy. Let me offer 2 examples. Financial infrastructures. The financial system as it is not ready to support the structuration of the social economy. We have mentioned ESG criteria. ESG is a metric, therefore is infrastructure for the social economy. At present, the ESG grammar is adverse to the social economy. Many companies find themselves left out. Because if you are a for-profit company, an SME, for-profit, and the ESG, as you all know, has such a big E and such a small s, that for a small and medium company it's very difficult to find the way to have to present its value. Because, of course, the E is as big as that, but the small and medium enterprise, especially small, in local clusters, the contribution of these SMEs can be only very little. Because when a small enterprise has reduced CO2 emissions by 3%, that is a huge effort. The ESG recognizes a very small value. But probably this small enterprise is the only local actor of a whole community. It's the only economic value that an economic community can count on. So I do think that we need to offer these companies a way to deliver their value, to show their value, and to convey the value and access financial resources. For example, the European Commission, I think in DG Employment, is pursuing a very important initiative that is to try to incubate and accelerate agencies that are able to offer impact rating as opposite to ESG rating. This is the typical market infrastructure that we need to fight for, because it will help these social enterprises to structure and scale up, but also will help us to bring in the social economy small enterprises, for-profit small enterprises, some of which are really purpose-oriented, are genuinely purpose-oriented. I am perfectly aware of the ideological resistance that you have when you talk about finance, about scaling, about profit, but this is the name of the game. The social economy and social enterprises have been very skeptical and a little snobbish about the problem of measurement. And while they were discussing about the pros and cons of impact measurement or sustainability measurement, the traditional word, the financial system and the economic system, has created a metric, the ESG metric, that is not at all compatible with the ambition of social enterprises. So we need to work on structure. And the same, and the second example about social infrastructure is data. Because I see a lot of opportunities for social enterprises, a few today as well. When I think these social enterprises, if we would be able to invest in these social enterprises, not financial resources, but data, this would really make the difference. For example, take the gambling houses all over Europe. They have very granular data about the use of the slot machines and all the devices. Imagine collecting and storing this data and offering them, investing them in a social enterprise that takes care of ludopathy as a social problem. This changes the rule of the game. Imagine to convince the public administration or the big banks to make available their data that show when families or individuals start being late in paying their bills. This is a treasure for social enterprises that deal with poverty. So really, I think that what we need is the financial infrastructures for social economy and data infrastructure for social economy. Otherwise, we will go on and on and on and on to see a display of very interesting and wonderful initiatives that will never become an economy, strictly speaking. I think, as you mentioned, I think that today the keyword was cohesion. That was a very popular keyword in the discussion. I think it is very important. And probably now in the afternoon, when a bit more in a restricted discussion, we should try to make a further exercise in self-criticism. That is, what is the overall result of cohesion policies? Did it help in certain forms of integration? We all know that there have been problems. And the so-called knowledge economy that has been very much promoted by structural funds has, of course, offered wonderful results in terms of creating science parks, tech district, and very concentrated sources of value for the economy. But what about distribution? What about equality in the distribution of the dividends of this policy? The picture that we have from a lot of empirical studies is, in terms of territorial dimension or geographical dimension, the result of years and years of the knowledge economy and the support of a certain part of the structural funds, of course, is that there are places that are prosperous and have really spur prosperities, and other places in Europe in which there is no hope of industrial development. It's over. I could mention at least 20 areas in Italy in which there is no industrial policy whatsoever that could spur growth and prosperity there. There is no industrial option. The only industrial option is to restart from the social economy and make it a productive policy. I think that this is really a cohesion policy, promoting the social economy in places where there are no longer the enabling factors that can create growth through traditional industry. And I think that this is something that we do need to look at. So, in conclusion, I think that what has been done through Eurocluster, through Euroclusters, through this kind of projects is really great. We have advanced in political awareness. We have still two resistances, again, to be a bit analytical. We have an opposition, of course, from the traditional industry, obvious. Less obvious, but equally important, we have an opposition from the part of the third sector that is still a little bit culturally rooted in a different vision of the social dimension. So, of course, it's not a conflict. We need to take everybody on board. But I think that the huge political support, high-scale, high-level political support will come when we will have the third sector on board and the industrial sector recognizing the value of what we're trying to do. So I have huge expectation about what's going to happen, especially in the Commission at this level of policy making. Still a bit skeptical about how member states are ready to embark. We have member states that, like Spain, like France, that are certainly doing wonderful things. Other member states that still need some political guidance from the Commission. So I really hope that there is some stimulus, political stimulus, directly to the Commission. Of course, the Social Economy Action Plan is a wonderful occasion. Now it's more or less time to implement the plan in member states. I do think and I do count on the European Commission for not only support but also some kind of political suasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this really inspiring, conclusive words. It gives me the desire to do a second day for the final event, to open a next panel discussions on ESG ratings, maybe with Giulio Bassi one day, but maybe for another final conference of another project we would have in the future. Let's jump now to the best moment to learn, to the blended learning course. Anders, yeah. If you want, you can use this. I will put the right slide. Voilà. We have more or less an hour, so I'm really looking forward to go through that.
So, okay again, everybody. It's a little special for me to say welcome in the end of the day, but I do, of course, to course the second day of the course. This Monday we have the first session of the course, and we have of course people who talk then. Elena, you were there and you talk. No? Where is Elena? It's here. Elena Valtio.
Elena is here?
No, she's there. No, okay. I'm so bad at name those days. But we have another man there whose name I know, Anders Bro. He had the same name as me. He isn't here today, but he was also there on Monday and talk about about the social economy in Sweden. Yeah, he does. So we are going to go further today, and now I have to choose my glasses again. This course is much about, I think, that we should learn from each other how to give advice to social enterprise. And soon we have to learn, we shall listen to it, two of the partners in this project. As you know, you have seen a bit two of them before. So I will just say hello to Mia, my partner from Sweden, from SocialTech4EU. So you can come here, Mia? Yeah, I think so. And then we shall also have Joanna from Poland. Welcome up here. Yeah, you have to move a little. I hope I did right now. I think so. So, first I will ask Mia that you can talk a little about SocialTech4EU, what you do. Of course. And yourself. Who are you?
Thank you. The reason why I'm looking a little bit confused is because we're looking at each other about the presentation, but maybe yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Do you want it there? Okay, I won't keep you waiting. We'll see if the presentation will appear. Otherwise, we will just talk. You don't have a presentation, right? No? Okay, then. Okay, I have already been talking a little bit about our product that we were working with in this project, the entrepreneurship challenge. But our company, we're a quite old company. We've been working together for 20 years. And we are, as I said, we are working with developing the entrepreneurial society. And the entrepreneurship challenge, that is one of the things that we do. But I would like to share some of the other things as well. We are working with a different kind of target groups, of course. Some days we're working with the most driven young people in Sweden and in Norway and Scandinavia. And some days we're working with those who are a little bit in a downhill maybe in life, that is quite far from the labor market, that is maybe new in Sweden, refugees, or they have been maybe trying to get into the labor market for like 20 years, but they haven't succeeded yet. But the thing that we do is we use entrepreneurship and we use enterprise as a tool to help people to get more self-esteem and to help them to realize their own abilities. And I would just like to share, I said that I will come back to the refrigerator if I have time. I really like the picture that one of the professors from India, Sara Saraswati, is using when she's saying there are different kind of entrepreneurs and we all are different, but we maybe have some things in common. And then she shared a metaphor, and she said that you can make food in two kind of ways. You can look at the recipe and you see the ingredients, and then you go and you find the ingredients and you buy them and you make a wonderful meal. And then she said, but then there are those who open the refrigerator and they say, what do I have here and what can I do with those things that are in my refrigerator? And she said that many entrepreneurs are like, they are making food like the second way. They open their refrigerator and they say, what can I do with this? And mostly of the things that we are working with when working with entrepreneurship is like that. If we look at the metaphor and see that all of us are refrigerators and we open our, and we see what do we have here and what can we do with that? Because every refrigerator has unique ingredients in it. They have different kind of abilities, they have different kind of skills, they have networks, they have all the different kinds of things that they combined in a different ways. So our vision is to actually help people and maybe organizations to see what do they have in their fridge and what can they do about that. And I just wanted to share, one of the projects that we did a couple of years ago was that he talked about the structural funds and the social funds. And a couple of years ago, we started to with the social funds as a ground to work with the municipality in our hometown. And we said there's a lot of people far from the labor market. How can we use entrepreneurship as a tool to get them to get the self-esteem and to actually get to them to provide for themselves? So we said, okay, so in Sweden, the social aid system is like that the municipality, they pay out the social aid. That's not from the state, that's from the municipalities. So that's a really, really big, huge amount of sum every month that they pay out to people who are unemployed. And they say, okay, we would like to try something else. But it's also like this in Sweden. When you register a company, the first day that they register, they say, okay, now you have an income. Now you don't get social aid anymore. How many companies get actually that you can take salary for the first day? None, I know. So they say, how can we do with the gap here from social aid to maybe have their own company? So we said, okay, let's try something new. And this is not really advanced. It's just thinking in a new and different way. So we say, okay, but if you are employed in a company or a municipality, then you can start a company. Yeah, you can. So we say, okay, we use the same amount as social aid and we give them a job in the municipality. And they say, we have 1 year to start your own company. We take a small group and we said 26 people. That was 6 years ago. And we said, this is people that has been unemployed for 20 years. Some of them have never had a job. There's second generation of social aid takers. So we said, let's try this. 1 year ago, 5 years after the project, none of them is back on social aid. They're not all running their business, but some of them are starting to study, they have got employed in a company, or they're running their own business. So this is a new way of thinking. So this was a project from the beginning, but now in the municipality, they have implemented this. This is a tool that they're using in the municipality. And now we're seeing how can we help other municipalities to do the same thing. And maybe other countries, I know that there are some different systems, but if this is something that maybe we could try and do in different countries as well. I would like to share that we work, just an example, that how you can use entrepreneurship to help people to just move from one place to another. They asked us to share a little bit about digitalization and what can we learn about that. I don't know in this room if I'm the right one to talk about that. I know that there are really advanced ideas here and so on. But the learnings that I had, I just have to use my computer here. that I would just like to share is, well, for us, and maybe it's the same thing for you, digitalization is about flexibility and availability for our customers, but also for a lot of our services. It's also about getting a greater spread to work in a different way. It's also to understand our customers and their needs better, to get data, to actually do better things. That's digitalization for us. It's about efficiency. How can we do it easier, faster, so we can help more people? It's also about creating, like you said today as well, creating new products and getting into new markets, of course, so we could make a greater impact in the society. The challenges for us when we went into this project was that we're a really, really small organization, and we have lack of know-how. We meet in our job as well many people who come with digital or ideas. They're quite advanced. How can we use AI and so on? And I think that for the advice that we give to other people is you have like 3 options when you have these kinds of advanced. If you can't build your digital project yourself, you have to learn it, and that takes time. Or you have to invite another partner to do it. Or you will have investors, or you will have collaborate with people who know it, and then you have to invite them into your idea. So, and also it's a really high cost for us in a way of wanting to build new digital things. It's in the beginning it's high cost, even though it's more efficient in the long run. So this project for us has actually been really, really beneficial to have the financial help to take the next step for one of our products. And but it also had effects of a new way of thinking, I think, in our company. That we can, what other kind of things can we digitalize, and what other things can we make more efficient. It also helped us to understand, to be a better customer or for the IT companies. Because when you're going to request something, this is what I want to build, you realize that progress is kind of long and it's kind of advanced to actually put words into. You have an idea, but to actually see how can we build it. And this is a collaboration between the providers and us as an organization. And that has also been a really great learning curve for us. So in our case, we have tried different kind of providers before. And when you're a small company and a social company, you don't maybe have that really, really much money to say that we are your biggest customer. So sometimes you don't get so high prioritized with the IT companies maybe. So the one we choose now is a small company that also had experience of working with entrepreneurship in school or with educational things, so they can understand the customer, so they have actually a passion for it. They want this. They really, really want this product to work. So they got inclusive. We include them in our vision. So actually, they get also kind of like mission driven in this case, and I think that was a key for us to work together, I think. The last learnings that we have done during this, we have done a lot of it, but that I want to mention is actually to learning by doing. You can't have all of the answers before. You have to just do trial and error. So you have to get into it, and you have to try and to do it step by step. And that has been really exciting for us in this project. And I think that it also will follow us in our next development steps, I think. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mia. Is there anybody who have any questions or anything, any reflections for Mia? So you can do it now. It's okay. Just wait. Okay, you can think a little bit more. Then I will give the word to Johanna. It's yours.
So, who we are and what we do, maybe in more words than we did it during our pitch session. We help moms to get back to work after a break, and we help employers to find good employees among women, moms, who were not their first maybe candidates of whom they may have thought before. And the main source of our support and information is this platform, which we are rebuilding now, thanks to the SocialTech4EU project. And this is very vast source of information, over 4,000 articles, advice, business ideas, etc., etc. But what also is important for us, it's this cooperation with employers, because also we teach them that having diverse teams, employing women, employing moms in their teams can be beneficial for them too. It's not the charity to employ mothers, but it's also a business for them. And I would say that the third pillar of our job is organizing different reskilling programs, development reskilling programs for smaller groups of moms, of women who had a long career break. And in our programs, we have women who had like 5-10 years career break. Being mom of one, second, third child, really your career may last several years even. And what's important, we speak to those women and we listen what they tell us. And they tell us that after so many years with my child, I feel that my brain is like spaghetti. I don't believe in myself anymore. Yes, I feel I forgot everything what I have learned during my previous professional career, and I don't believe in myself. So, as Mia mentioned, that this building self-esteem is important in your project. Also, it's a crucial part of our project, because we build the self-esteem of those women and prepare them to look for a job in a different situation. For example, if someone had 10 years of career break, 10 years ago it was different methods of looking for a job. The market situation was different, the professions were different, and so many factors has changed. So we help those women, and what's in 3, 4, 5 months development courses, which consist of various elements. Some of those courses also have, for example, English lessons so that they can feel stronger on the job market. Of course, we teach about how to write a CV, how to prepare a good LinkedIn profile, and let's say all those basic career development skills. But what's also important, our programs have hard skill components always. For example, last year we did a program for women who want to empower their career in finance, and we offered them CFA. It's very advanced financial course, so that they could really develop their careers in finance and apply for asset management positions in corporations. Because Poland is a border country with Ukraine, we had really many refugees from Ukraine coming from 2022. Many of them stayed. Most of them were women. Most of those women were mothers with children. So also immediately we introduced such programs for mixed groups, for Polish and Ukrainian groups, because also those women needed to become independent in this very difficult for them situation. So we did for example, we did 2 editions of Welcome program. Its name was Welcome. We have common goal, job finding integration. And both Polish and Ukrainian women took part in this program. They had the same components, but those who didn't speak Polish had some lessons in Ukrainian, or these lessons were translated from Polish into Ukrainian, so that they could deeply participate in those in those programs. What's beautiful in our support, which we give to women, is that they come back after a few months, sometimes after a few years, and they tell us, of course not all of them, but some of them come and say, hey, 2 years ago you helped me. Thanks to your support, I got a job and I became a manager in IT industry, and I remember what I received from you, so now I want to be a mentor in your program and I want to give back what I received from you. So this is really, in a beautiful way, showing us how this support can be spread and can come from one person to another. Madeleine Albright used to say that in the hell there is a special place for women who didn't help other women. So we don't plan to be in this hell, and also we hope that our participants of our programs won't go there either. What about the digitalization? What does it mean to us? It's from the very beginning. We have been operating for 13 years. From the very beginning, we have been digital. Because when I founded Mamo Pracuj together with my friend from university 13 years ago, we did know nothing about digitalization. We were graduates from European Union studies. So completely digital business was something very new for us. But we, living in Kraków, in south of Poland, we knew that we don't want to help just mothers from Kraków area. We wanted to spread our mission and to give our advice and tips to everyone who can speak Polish, and so that we, from the very beginning, we decided we will go online and we will make a portal instead of physical place where we could train those mothers who need this support. So we work remotely before pandemic, before it was so common and popular. So I would say we are a little bit pioneers in digitalization and modern tools of working. But of course, thanks to the SocialTech4EU, we could develop a very advanced and modern platform. And what's important, in Poland, there are no programs for social enterprises for which we can apply and get financing to build our organization. Of course, we apply for grants, for different money. We have never been supported by government money, never ever. All the grants we received come from, for example, corporate entities, from corporate foundations. We had even financing from American Red Cross in projects related to help to Ukrainian mothers. But there are no money from the government for the organization to grow, to build, to become stronger, because we, being stronger organization, we can have bigger impact and bigger act on a bigger scale. So it was a great opportunity for us to become the partner of the SocialTech4EU, because it was exactly the support, the money for us to grow our organization, to become bigger and stronger. Thank you. Maybe you have questions.
Thank you so much, Joanna, and you. Thank you. And of course, you have the opportunity again to give her reflections or ask questions to Joanna, if you want to. Yes. Okay, then we are with the conclusion. And what about the conclusion? One conclusion is, I think that it's still very much to do for us and others to help social enterprise by giving them advice and other things so they can grow and be stronger. But I think we have to make better conclusions, maybe. Yeah. What is the thoughts about this?
First thought is a little bit sorry for the technical issue, which means that we have to digitalize even more, always more. This is a practical example of our current topic. Many good cases that I'm working a lot on the communication and dissemination of the project. That, as was Karel saying, I think it's quite impressive today to see how much initiative from different sectors are appearing all around Europe, and how much these different initiatives, even if they are similar, are not enough connected one to the other. So, yes, my conclusive words would be kind of an invitation to all the social entrepreneurs here to stimulate us and to stimulate each other to go on with creating these connections, to maybe go deeper in this common link here, which is the need of going deeper in terms of digitalization, because it's maybe one of the most important key for scaling up and to increase our impact. I'm throwing my evil eyes to Alvaro.
Thank you, Baptiste. Thank you, Anders, Mia, and Joanna for your time and for your reflections. Just to wrap up and finish with this blend course, I think that we have discussed about wide topics, because all of you and all of the social enterprise that they are here are very different, the majority of them with different scopes. They are also providing solutions and having social impacts in very diverse approaches. So even if there is very different approaches, as Karel states and reflects, I think that there is a lot of potential for synergies between you. Some of them are more visual, because in the case of working in social inclusion, several social enterprises were connected and they are providing service for these people, and their solutions and their support are quite similar. But also in other projects, I think that there is margin for improvement. There is also the possibility to use the dinner and tomorrow in order to have meetings. Some of you have adopted very proactive approaches, and I think that tomorrow you have meetings with other social enterprise or with other relevant stakeholders. So I think that's the way to collaborate. And of course, what we highlight today, that one thing is the boost of EU public funding, but this has to be a starting point of your viability by yourself, and be able, as the professor commented here, that in 2 or 3 years we can look back to this event and see if your project have a scale up, and you are contributing for the future of Europe and for the future of our society, because as the professor said, the transition is green and digital, but the social component is inherent for it. So thank you very much, and see you again.
The conference is over. Bravo. Round of applause again. Yes. Don't forget to put your name on the restaurant list if you want to join. The list is still open, and I will send myself to you ENSIE will send to you an email with the location of the restaurant. What is the name of the restaurant?
Horloge du Sud.
But the name is Horloge du Sud. Horloge du Sud. But we will send it by email to you.
Can you say them to come to me to leave the email? Then you subscribed or you have every...
No, Alvaro will send you the email, I think, no?
What?
Alvaro will send you the email. We have the emails in our...
okay.
That's why I send an email.
I wanted to tell, but...
Sorry. Sorry. Can I have your attention? So if you register for the restaurant this evening, is 7:30, and is Horloge du Sud. We have not the address of all of you, so we count on you to be there, Horloge du Sud, 7:30, and to communicate if you have other partner that register now here, because we are 25 and is more or less the limit of the restaurant. So the one that are registered are fine. The other we cannot do. Yeah. Ciao, ciao. Thank you.
If you can come here and you can write your email and we will send you an email with the address. If you can come here.